Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We've been away for a week for a missed a live stream, and I can now explain to you why. I can now tell you why. It was a big secret before. I've been doing this long enough to know, don't necessarily, wait to share that. What's going on with the live stream? Huh? Why was it buffering? Why is it buffering? Why is the 360p version of the live stream buffering? Huh? Tell me, you pricks. Mephistopheles is here, says today, I started a new Animal Crossing GameCube save file. When Tom Nook told me to write some kind of ad for his shop as part of my job, I wrote a communist call to action advocating for his destruction. Well, for Christmas, I bought, I got Lady Pauna a GameCube, a real live physical GameCube, and then for her birthday, I got her the capability to run any game without needing the physical media, because it's really fucking hard to get at this point. And I loaded up for her stuff because she's a big fan of Stardew Valley, so I was like, check out Harvest Moon. I don't know anything about it. It's probably not as good as Stardew Valley, because that's how successors work, is they're usually... hopefully they're a little bit better than the thing that they're aping. But yeah, that's Animal Crossing, my only experience with Animal Crossing is seeing people play New Horizons when that came out, and really just seeing people be temporarily addicted to New Horizons for, 60 days, and then no one ever spoke of it again. I don't know. That's how it seemed from the outside. I feel like there was a Harvest Moon game on GameCube that was really good. Yeah, I don't know, I went by review scores, and I just got her the stuff that I thought would, appeal to her sensibilities in the first place, but then also that were well reviewed, so I probably put the good one, quote unquote, on her collection. We will be playing Clustertruck today. Idiots, people, Mephistopheles. Shut up. There we go. We'll be playing this'em game here. To start, at least, if things go really well, by which I mean if we get a PB that feels satisfying to me, even if it's not sub 13, I'm aiming for sub 13. So you can see in the splits, we're 13 minutes 8 seconds. We've been on pace to come in with like a 12:50. Maybe even sub 12:50 before. So, I want all that time, sooner or later, but I will settle for sub 13. I might even settle for just like a low 13 today, on the promise of it coming in another day. But the other thing that I've been doing is getting more and more familiar with the Minecraft speedrun for 1.16.1, with the methods of the 1.16.1 Minecraft speedrun, which, at the same time as I can say about the old of 1.16.1, that it's like shocking how little game there is in that game. It's just incredible how much has been added in the past 6 major versions, from 16 to 121 that is now, that when you play 1.16 you're like, oh shit, yeah, caves were just always like this. There was either this, there was that one like big room, and then there'd be just widening caves, and then there'd be a chasm, and that was pretty much it. That was all you fucking got. Wow, I remember this. The geography of modern, the topography rather, I suppose, of modern Minecraft is so impressive in comparison with its older successor, or with its progenitor versions, that it's surprising. You go back and look at it and you're like, wow, we played this shit, huh? That said, at the same time as I can kind of take the piss out of 1.16.1 for like being so predictable, there there are so many strats and so many different things that can go into a 1:16:1 speedrun, that just knowing them all is an accomplishment before you can even do them. Just to know that there is a strat for this, and maybe you've seen somebody do it before, but you can't do it yourself, you know, that kind of thing. That's an accomplishment, because there's so many fucking different variants of like, oh, I got a path this way, I got a path that way. Dirt Race just says, come, Johnny, you can do it. Come, Johnny, you can do it? Mephistopheles said, they need caves you can physically get stuck in and starve to death in. That's the real caving experience, right? And in 122, they're gonna patch in Jack the Caver, or what? Johnny the Caver, apparently. I don't know. But yeah, I've been... Wait, no, don't do this. I mean, you can preload it, that's fine. Before we get started today, I'm going to go through all the levels that are tricksy. The ones I actually practiced these the other day to try and be, you know, to try and lock in the harder stuff, or at least have some stuff in my head that's like, okay, if it's not working, then I know what I'm supposed to be doing. So we would start with 1:16:1 as like the first one that gets weird. And what I realized with this one is that as long as I don't lev coming into this one, I'm pretty consistent in getting something that I can put in here. I still haven't gotten a good one yet. But just not leving here puts me into a position where I can get the PTB pretty with some consistency. I have to get my hand, you know, into the right mode of the right amount of twist, and hope that it doesn't start doing the shake thing that it does when I turn my hand to the right like this. None of these are the hit that I'm looking for. There we go. But I just found that I could do this very consistently, so long as I don't like... What I used to do is I would come in here and I would lev here to get a little extra speed, and I think it adds in a little bit more variability that you just don't need. And that just makes it less likely for you to get into a pattern of it and be able to hit it. But once I find this, I should be getting it pretty much every time. I need more of a turn. There you go. But I did this with, like, all of the levels, basically, that give us trouble. And the only one that I feel as though I couldn't come up with, like, a clear solution for was 4-5. 4-5 is just nasty. Aha, made it in. That would be a reset if it happened, but I don't know, I had something to prove. But yeah, 4-5 is 4-5 is just a bit of a son of a bitch. The problem with 4-5 is that it depends on what kind of hit you get to start with. And there's like three or four different hits and speeds and heights that are common on 4-5, and one of them I just couldn't even find like a path through the invisible lasers, and the other two are just, you know, it's a little bit of bullshit is what it is. You're steering through an invisible web of death, and at the end of it, there's one last, like, loop to go through. See the consistency I'm pulling in now? That just seems like it's utter bullshit. The last one is the most likely one for you to be able to, like, steer and avoid. Yeah, just over there. But the angle is the thing that, you know, was right. That's what I'm most concerned with here, is doing my part of things and making sure that it could come in. So there's 1-6 warmed up on. I don't think there was anything in World 2. And then I didn't really spend any time on this, because I should, though. I'll warm up a little bit on it. That's interesting. I've never done it this way. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, doing the EQ, rolling EQ here is actually... I would have thought it's like too much finger activity, but it's working. I usually just double tap E, but yeah, look at how well these are coming out. So that's what I'll do, is I'll roll EQ coming into this. And then it's like roll EQ and then tap spacebar just in case it's throwing you downward. So that you get a little bit of height so you don't get thrown into the ground. How much time does that save over the slow strat? I presume you were asking about 1-6, 2 seconds? Because it comes in at a 4.5, the slower strat is a low 6, 1.5 to 2 seconds. And then this one is like another 3 seconds potentially. This one comes in at 9 seconds usually. And you can bring it in a high 6 when it's like really nice, when it goes straight at it. 6.5 right there. 2 seconds is huge. It's worth it on one. It's worth it if you can get some consistency out of it, and that's what I practiced the other day, was to try and get some consistency out of it. I also figured this out finally. 3-5. So now I get a 3-0 here instead of the well, that won't work. Instead of the 3.3 that I usually get. This now has the 3-0 possibility. There we go, that's better. But basically, you hit lev as you enter the level, and then you don't go over the top of this. You see how I stutter if I walk over the top of that? You want to go in front of it, so that you don't hit the hood or any part of it. And then down here, you want to have some angle coming into, you want to have some like velocity coming diagonally into this, and you want to hit spacebar as you come into contact with it. I'm pretty sure spacebar like extends your hitbox a little bit, as though you were jumping or pushing off with your feet. It certainly feels that way. If it's wrong, then it's a little bit of magic for me. When I hit spacebar, I get more consistent. So little 3-5s here, or, you know, save 0.2 seconds. Shouldn't make much difference. 3-9 is another problem for us. And this one, I think I just figured out I need to throw a lot sooner than I'm used to. That was way too late. But turn around, jump, throw. Turn around, jump, throw. But the turnaround has to be like, turn around, get straight, jump, throw. And this will just get this off quickly. It's still a bit of a problem because 3-9 is, like, what I'm practicing right now is not the first load of 3-9. The first load of 3-9 is a bitch. It just feels wrong as you come in. But that's that. 4-5 then, this is the one that's like, there's nothing to be done. You just, you pray. You just get zapped in midair. That was a bad hit, I don't like that hit. And then there's this, just trying to get through. If you delay yourself a little bit, the lasers will be in a more open position when you go. But like, there's not a lot to be done. You're just going to come in and you're going to do that and you're going to hope that it works. I've tried right side, I've tried left side, I've tried different hits at different speeds. And yeah, like, trying to watch both rings. Watch the second ring, this one, and then this one are just complete random. In fact, the middle one is a complete random situation. The only two that you have a lot of control over is the last two. And then, you know, you try and get it to go. If I force this very early, maybe that's the trick. It's just to come in and blast it out before it can even start going. That's what I'll try when we come in, is I'll just try and ram 4 or 5 in as soon as I walk in. Anything else? 410 also needs a little bit of warm-up. Come in here. I believe I hit it from this side. And then we just, like this, round the corner. That one disappears. It's important to know that one of those lasers disappears, so you don't really have to worry about it. Stay to the left side, turn the corner cleanly. That one. This one's a little low, so I have to really cut the corner to the right, so I don't run into that spinning thing. But 410's pretty consistent. World 5 is fine. 6-1 now. The only thing that I, like, figured out, I've got a lot of, like, really good muscle memory for 6-1 that I don't want to fuck with, but if I'm having trouble with it, if I'm not getting it... Oh. Yeah. Don't start timing me, please. It's going to anyway. But if I'm having trouble with it, the thing to bear in mind here is to throw at the lower right corner of the dark gray is where I want to be throwing. And I want to be at basically the same height as the corner when I throw it. To try and get a hit that goes in this direction with some speed. And you'll note that I'm not holding WASD. I hate that the splitter doesn't know the difference between 1-1 and 6-1. But like that. In fact, maybe even like a little bit outside to the left of the... It depends on how you're coming in from this jump. But yeah, it's sort of a... It's an angle that can be described by where that lower gray is, depending on what kind of jump you started with. Like, that one had a really wicked angle toward it. This one's a little bit looser. But it's also the height that matters, I think. Like I say, I've got muscle memory for this. I don't want to overthink it. You start thinking about the stuff that you've already got, like, programmed in. But I did spend some time in here trying to figure out, like, if it's not coming in, what can I tell myself that should help? And what I've got is throw at the bottom left corner of that that dark gray spot there. You know, that sucked, but it would have gone. That doesn't go. That I got too low. This sucks, but it would go. That's a little bit better, but it's too high. I need to get a little lower than I don't know. Yeah, I think I've overthought it to the point where now I'm not getting my my muscle memory, which is the danger in thinking about this stuff. But there's 6-1. What else is on the menu? Anything in World 6? I don't think so. 7-4 is possible. I worked on this the other day. I'm not gonna go for it unless I need it, because it really is a, you know, you want to be in practice and in the mode to try and do this. And if you just walk in here and try and do it, the good news about 7-4 is that you can miss it once and you're still not losing time necessarily. Because the pause bounce version of it takes about 11 seconds, I think. Maybe a little bit of a sub 11. But if you come in here and you get this one on your second attempt after you missed it the first try, that's 6.5 seconds. So if you're running against a 10, 11 second kind of time that you could have gotten, I just lost 3 seconds there to that attempt. If I got the 6 second here, I'd still be saving time. But if you do miss it twice, then you just missed it. So I'm gonna keep this in my back pocket as something that I can grab if we're coming in and I don't like... I can go for this if we're a bit slow coming into World 7, you know. It's still runnable, but I would like to pick some time up, and 7-4 is here. And my movement to it, like what I think I'm doing when I'm doing it anyway, is I'm coming down the middle, but to the right side of the white line here. So I come down the middle toward the right, and then not at the top of my jump arc coming off, but just a little bit past it, I lev once, here, and then here again. And then I turn and throw. Lev once, lev twice, and then turn and throw. Lev once, lev twice, and then turn and throw. This throw is... You're better off. You're better off throwing like that to where it like kicks you far out to the right than like risking being to this side, to the, depends on which side, right and left are kind of vague directions. When I'm turned around here, see that? I overturned, so I turned too hard, and then my directionality was this direction, and I hit something. If I turn less, then, you know, being kicked out to the other direction is pretty much always recoverable. Do that. Like that. I can always pull this back and put it in with a nice sub 8, apparently. But overturning is not a good. It's not particularly recoverable. And a nice thing about this method is that if you miss it, like I just missed it, you didn't really miss it necessarily, you know? Like, some of them are just deliverable anyway. But if you get it, it's going to be like that. So 7-4 is possible. But I don't know if I've got good time, then I probably won't risk anything on it. And then 7-8, nothing's changed here, but it's worth trying to warm up on it. That was a bad starting hit. I had to use 3 levs to get here. And that sucked, so I had to drop the truck early. That's not what we want. We want something like this. Good bounce. We can get here with 2 levs. Shit. Give me a good hit. 1 lev is even better. I'm pretty sure this is a 1 lev hit. Lev like that. Get to here. That was 2. I can tell, too. I should really start adjusting for it. I can tell when it's, like, gonna be too low. God damn it. This is, like, 7-8 is something I just don't think about. I come in and I do it. And when I see that I'm capable of fucking it up this badly this many times in a row, it's bad for mental. Bad for the mental game. And we didn't get it again, so I have to do the truck drop, which is slower. Okay, this is great. That was really bad, like really hard to make work. I don't like it, but it did work. It did make it work. To get the primary method, which, you know, should be like a high 26, low 27. Oh, but I didn't hit the blower soon enough. It's a 26.5, so apparently it's better to be high. Let's a few more takes on this. See, I want to be low here. So that I can come into that right, but that wasn't enough, so try to drop a truck, but I was still too high. That was just a bad from the outset. Okay, this is actually too high. Low here so that we can come across this. With speed, get that. 1, 2, 3 maybe. Throw the truck. That's what we want every time like that. Ooh. I fired off 2 levs in order to make that happen where I usually don't. But I made it work. Alright. So there's 7, 8. And then there's 7, 10, of course. Which actually I decided that I was going to do this. Is that right? Is this the level? Yeah, I think so. Just going to open it a little bit differently than usual. And that's just going to happen. The level's going to be like, no, fuck you, you're dead this time. So, you come in, you do your best, and 7-10 is not really defeatable, kind of like 4-5, but it's more consistent than 4-5, I feel. 8-3. We need a duck button. This game needs duck functionality. Okay. And then there's 8-7, of course. Yeah. Nothing too special here, and then 8-8 is a little bit tricky. It's not worth, or it's worth not, you know, doing nothing here. So this one I feel like I should probably still just double tap E. The EQ roll isn't good here. And then this is fine. It's playable. Gets you there. It's not super fast, but maybe an 18. Maybe a 20. Whatever. And then none of that needs to be practiced. And then in hell, there's 9-4 really, which I decided was going to be like, it's going to do 3 resets entering it to try and stabilize the level a little bit. Yeah. And then there's 9-7, of course, which I did quite a bit of practice on yesterday. And there's interesting things you can do when you get like a low hit like that here at the chain. If you drop the truck at the right moment, it's obviously dangerous because now you don't have the truck to play with. When you get to the end, you can't drop the truck to make it. But if you drop it at just the right moment or just the right place, you won't need it at the end. It's not something that I want to be going for. I want to just get a good hit that actually has the velocity to carry all the way to the goal like this. See, this sucks. And that's the end of the sentence. I have to remember to walk a little bit further up the front of the truck than I would on most other hits. This doesn't want to go, but I can drop a truck at the end and maybe make it work. This feels like it goes. It's a little low, though. It's got speed. Yeah, didn't make it. Also didn't make it. This is definitely one you want to warm up on. This just goes, mainly because it was so straight. This sucks. But I also practiced a little bit of this. Landing, getting on the front, forcing something, pulling hard against the hit so that you don't end up in that spire, that tooth. This is great. I would try this on the right side. Right side of that tooth. This one's a little bit short. And even though I dropped the truck at the right time and touched it, it just decided not to give me a jump. Because the game likes being inconsistent like that. It likes not having any reliable set of rules. Wow. Oh, fuck you. After all that. I need to walk further up the front of the truck before I do it. Oh, also I think I need to be, nose down a little bit more. Yeah, that helps. Nose down a bit. Walk further up the front of the truck. Something like that. This sucks. Requires a truck drop. And I got fucked on the truck drop. You never want to let go on one that requires a truck drop. But they're very close. You know, it's hard at the beginning to see what's gonna need a truck drop. It's easy to tell the ones that definitely go, but there's stuff like this, that this one just goes. It's easy. But I didn't know that until I was in the middle of it. I couldn't see that I had enough speed until we'd been in the level for a minute. This one's on the verge of not working. It's got speed, it's got height, but look at how close we are to not bring that in. So it's very touchy. This is a mess. I don't know what this is. I think I'd probably just try and land this. Turn around and then try and get that off before the fucking truck noses down, or else you just fucked. Ooh. Another one of these, huh? No, you gotta get your nose down, then you won't get those. You want the height, you want the speed. And you gotta manage your lev very well. This one's just a free. Don't even need to use all the lev on that one. There we go. This is what I wanted. This is the kind of hits. That's not it. This might work. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I've got into the pattern for 9-7 now. And then there's 9-9 and 9-10. I didn't really practice 9-9, even though it has been the thing that screws me over frequently. I don't necessarily feel like there's anything to be done except to get it correctly first try. Which is like this. Fuck. That was actually going too fast. I don't want it that fast. I want to land this one, and then one more, and then go to goal. I want to touch 3 trucks. That's just the easiest way to route this. Height is nice. Now I'm an extra truck forward, which I don't necessarily like, but it's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then if I get stopped like that, then I'll just walk off the front of the fucking truck and pull my fucking hair out like I've done so many times on 9-9 before. This is nightmarish, this fucking 9-9. It feels like there's nothing to it, basically. That this is just, there's nothing, what am I even, all I gotta do is walk it in. But look at all the fucking ways that it can go wrong. Look at all of the bullshit ways that it can come up with to destroy your run right at the end. Look at that. And if this started happening, I'd be fucking shouting all of the curse words. We've been there. And then not giving me any fucking hit. 9-9 is a bastard. 9-9 might be the worst level in the game now, to me. All of my sub-13s to date have been killed by 9-9, I think. What the fuck was that? Hi, you're not moving. I just did a pause bounce. What the fuck? Like, fuck this fucking level. This might be the worst level now. 9-7 used to be the Widowmaker, now it's 9-9. You get a big bounce, you get out here on the chain, you try and land one, and if you can't, then you come to a halt. But you see how easy it is to fucking come to a halt when you've got the kind of velocity that the pause bounce gives you. And this shit that's not clearing the chain, that's just unacceptable. That is, I reset on those. I just don't know that there's anything to be done for this bullshit ass level. Except that you come in and you fucking try. And then if that happens, you try and recover in midair. Get it landed, turn it around and bring it in. And of course we... 9-10 is a short hop. You just tap it, you don't hold it. Short hop, and then you throw a little bit earlier than you think you ought to. At least for me. It's a 5-3. Oh wow, that didn't work. That's surprising. But I got it on the backup. There's a 5-1. This one is, ooh, just the correct height. Yeah, 9-9. I don't know what to fucking do about you, buddy. Slower is better on 9-9, I'll tell you that, but it's all... It's all very unpredictable. And that happened, so I would try and make this happen. Yeah, there's no answer for 9-9, it's just do it. Alright, so now I've practiced all the things, and just to try and re-warm up on 1-6 before I come in here and start throwing runs away. I would take that, I mean I would run on that. Yeah. Alright. Let's get started then. Let's go get that sub-13. Only now will I be really warming up on the actual pause bounces after all that warm up on the hard levels. They're all like some kind of weird ass trick. That's why they're worth practicing. It's a good lineup, I just didn't turn enough. 1-6. But I think I can reasonably just require myself to get 1-6 from now on. I don't think it's that big of a deal to put 30 seconds in and reset. Just got a reset coming in. No lev. Bringing it through. God damn it. And then lose what you saved on 1-7. Immediately. And then these we go for. And I maybe should have warmed up a little bit on 2-1 too, but it's not a good one to warm up on, really. Because the splitter gets in the way of the warm-up. Anytime you're on level 1 of a world, it thinks, I'll start. I'll send a start signal. It's a 4-hour live stream. Don't climax in the first 10 minutes. I mean, if I do, we get to go to Minecraft. That's my goal. Hello, Dramacy. You know, that's my refractory period. And I'd love to do a little bit of Minecraft today. My current PB for 2026, or since I came back to try it, because I've done the Minecraft speedrun without putting much effort into researching the various methods. I'm gonna try and take this all the way. My current PB is like a 1 hour 13 minute for this year. I think in the past I've gotten a 1 hour 12. I can't remember if I've gotten a sub 1 hour or not. Oh, right. I said I was gonna do that. You'd think I would remember if I'd gotten a sub 1 hour, though, so I don't think I have. 3.0. Huh? It saves a little bit. Fuck. Okay, but 3.9... I did a triple reset there to try and stabilize 3.9 because it's always very wonky coming into it. Damn, that's a nice 4-1. Save a bunch of time here in comparison to PB just by finishing it first try. PB left a bunch of time on 4-1 to a mid-level death. Nice first try 4-4. I think this will take a screen. I don't like being, this close to the tops of everything and not having speed. I thought I was going to come in here and just try and blast it out. By which I mean rush it, rush the opening. Oh, I came up with like this for this one. Except for, you know, not stupidly. It was like something like this, and then like that, and it guarantees goes in instead of bouncing off of the truck ahead of you. I don't know that it's really worth it. Certainly not when you forget what you're supposed to do and fuck it up 3 times first. But, I mean, even if we came in and I knew what I was doing and I tried it, I'm not sure that the consistency overwhelms the desire for time save. This sucks. But I am still alive and getting it in, so alright. So at the beginning of the live stream I intimated, if that's a word, at something that I hadn't told you, and that's that basically the reason why we didn't have a live stream last week is that Lady Pawn was gone. She was out of the house. She was traveling. She had a funeral to go to back in her home state, and so I was here alone in the house for the first time in quite a while as a bedridden individual for a few days, and we actually just arranged for a friend, Greg Aubrey, to come out and visit. You know, it was nice to just catch up. We were just sitting here chatting for almost 3 hours, I think, to the point where you know, we'd been chatting for so long that I just eventually had to say to Greg, I'm going to ask you to leave now, because my symptoms and condition and whatnot were definitely responding to the 3 hours worth of, you know, chatting and intellectual, you know, back and forth. It's really like, it's like you've got your own, you know, internal processes, right? I can sit here and do a live stream for a lot longer than I can have a conversation with someone else, and it's because the bulk of the stimuli is coming from me. It's what I am generating internally, I am then externalizing, and there's just that. But I can sort of feel the mental load of adding someone else's thoughts and perspectives and ideas, and, you know, bringing in things that I hadn't thought of, and all that kind of stuff. Just feeling the mental load of a interactive experience with another person. It's quite a lot more than monologuing. And so, yeah, about 2.5 hour to 3 hour mark of Greg being over, I was like, okay, my head is buzzing, and I'm feeling like I'm having trouble breathing, and all the, you know, I'm getting all these little early symptoms of, you know, warning signs of like, all right, you've had enough. And so we called it there. While he was out, he helped, like, check in on some of the cats and help with some dishes. I did, we've got a little countertop dishwasher, and I did a load of dishes, but I put too much soap in there, so basically I asked Greg if he would, yeah, baby. Second try. Alright, really? After the second try, I still golded it. I asked Greg if he would run a load with no soap, just to rinse it out. Rinse out all the excess suds and whatnot. Came from me overdoing it. Because I keep the dishwasher loaded, but Lady Pawn's usually the one to actually, you know, operate the thing, and she's got a method, so to speak, for how much soap goes in, and she's explained it to me in the past, and I just misremembered how much should go. can't believe we golded 7-4. Yeah, baby, I had to spend all of the lev to get the primary method. But I did get the primary method. I would think we save a little time here. Because I did get the primary method. Remember, we didn't in PB. All skill, no luck. Alright, that's... It's not bad. If we're not gonna get it, I at least stayed close and drove it in. God damn it. Fucking hand, man. You see it just jerking. Not helping. Okay. Didn't expect that to come in. First try? First try. Oh yes. Straight down the middle with all the speed. Hoorah. This could be like a 14, 15, 16. 15 second. I'm surprised it's not gold. Okay, this really sucks. I should have reset it. That's how slow it is. Suck my fucking dick, dude. Triple reset. Good 9-5. Nice 9-6. Shouldn't be messing with it. This doesn't really go either. He says, and he lied to you. Good start to 9-9. Good stop to 9-9. Okay, this goes. Nice first try, 9-10. And a 13-22 to get us started. 13-22, that was several times just 20 seconds behind, and I still managed to pull in a 13-22. Mephistopheles asked, does Lady Pawn have to quarantine upon return? We didn't really. She obviously masks, masked all the way, as far as I know. Certainly on the plane, to and from. But I think she was masked, you know, with her family even too. I don't know. But, yeah, she she arrived home, and it's definitely, you know, we've been living with it for so long with the risk of COVID and stuff like that, that at the beginning, there were times where she just had, like, had someone, like, she had come into contact with someone that we didn't know one way or the other without a mask, and so I spent, like, 10 days wearing a fucking mask to, you know, protect me from the possibility. And now we're several years into this you know, dangerous game of roulette, and there is an aspect of you gotta live your life. So she wore the mask, and when she came home, we stayed away from each other for about a day, and she didn't seem to be showing any symptoms, which of course a lot of cases are asymptomatic. So what do you know? But yeah, there wasn't a real quarantine period. Anything that we need to practice there? I felt very awkward coming into 3-3. What the hell? the audio. Look at the audio. Listen to the audio. We're in Winter World. Is this the song for Winter? What? I guess it is, huh? Wow, I just never had the never had the experience of happening to go into the world that it loaded up the song for. That's so weird. Like, if you do it in its desert, it would feel normal, but to go into winter because it just happened to be playing the Winter World intro when we ended and reset the game. I had never noticed that that's how that works. That at the end you beat the game, it randomly picks a world. I know that, but the music matches the world that it randomly picks for, like, your new intro screen back here. And that was just so jarring to then go into World 3 and the music to just keep going. It was like, what? He doesn't do that! Apparently it does, and apparently look at how goddamn fast that is. 4.8 to start. That's how we do it down here. Spoil sport motors. Do it in a road. Holy God. They're all monsters. Except for this one. I didn't really set it up very well. 2 seconds ahead in 1.5. Jesus hell. Damn. No. I was in my head saying, just don't fuck up 110. And, I mean, it's still a 56.911, but it could have been like a 54-second 1-1. Or World 1, rather. Fuck me. Triple fuck me. Could have been a 54-second 1-1 without pause whips. Fuck. I'm just moving into a... you know, I've been noticing it since the last, like, 2 live streams, really. That I'm moving into an era where my pause bounces are just so much better in general. I'm pausing at the later frame, and more often getting these monster hits. I made it work. It's just time loss, but come on, I made it work. Shit. I can't stack that kind of time loss up. That sucks. So Germasian, actually, I think it was you who asked on the last live stream. Oh, damn it. I wasn't supposed to do that. Who asked on one of the recent live streams when I was talking about my uninterruptible power supply, whether or not the battery was changeable. And I told you that I think it isn't. That had been my belief, was that it's, you know, sonically welded and, you know, I could probably force it in there if I wanted to, kind of a thing, but I don't think it's intended. I think it's disposable. Well, Lady Pawn was away. I had a reason to, you know, I had good reason while she was gone to think about our security system, and making sure that all of our sensors are online, some of them were offline, and I have already in the past, like, I had a collection of watch batteries, little CR, I think 2032s is what they're called, lithium 3-volt watch batteries, that go into a lot of the sensors, and I had a bunch of them, and apparently we used all of them. So we needed more, so I went on to eBay to order more. I stay the fuck away from Amazon, and I want to recommend this to you. You know, if you're trying to not do business with, you know, with Jeff Bezos and with this evil corporation that stacks boxes around the dead in order to keep the fucking factory running and has its employees pissing and shitting in bottles and, you know, wearing diapers to work and shit because they keep them, and anti-union and all that kind of shit. If you want to try and avoid Amazon, eBay is a very legitimate, whatever your, you know, thoughts may be about it. In the past it was a, you know, auction site, and, you know, how professional is this? And sometimes you run into people selling stuff where you just don't get the thing or something like that. eBay is pretty much locked down at this. If you pay attention to the, you know, seller rating, god damn it, I did it again. If you pay attention to the seller ratings, and you don't just buy from anybody. If you demand like a 99% higher kind of rate, it's as legitimate as anything, and you manage to avoid the Amazon game a little bit. You know, it's still, everything's coming from the same sources, more or less. But at least you're not giving money to Bezos, if you're interested in that. I mean, I was, for a long time, I was like, man, I try not to order on Amazon, but it's really hard. Like, what do you do? And then I did it again. It occurred to me, Amazon, or eBay. And it has been working fine for me. So I ordered some replacement batteries on eBay, and while I was doing that, I double-checked on my whole UPS situation. What my model was, what my version. I turned it upside down and looked for, you know, does it have the hatch and everything? And it does. It looks like I checked a video of, you know, some YouTuber replacing a battery kind of thing in the same model. So yeah, my battery is replaceable, and so I ordered a new UPS battery, and I'm going to be able to bring my uninterruptible power supply back online fully, which gets me back 4 outlets that have just been dead. You know, this giant, heavy fucking, you know, UPS is taking up space on the floor. It used to be... Ooh, that was close. It used to be an 8 strip, you know, it's got 8 outlets to it. But once the battery dies, the side of the thing that goes through the battery is just completely unusable. So I get back the 4 strips, but also, you know, it actually starts working as a UPS again, which is going to be great. So I got all that coming in. This is definitely a landed one. And I figured out some time ago that the thing that keeps you... that makes you slidey when you're trying to land trucks is actually the levitation. So if you lev while you're high up in the air on that drop there on 210, the lev effect will be gone. Ah! I got it! And my fingers just automatically reset. If you level you're high up in the air, by the time you land, you won't slide. You'll just stick the landing. So that's how I've gotten consistency out of the 210 landing. Oh, I didn't do 3.5 correctly. So it's a 3.3 instead of a 3.1 or 3.0. Got new methods for them. Some of these. Ooh, that was very sloppy. And it just came in. Love it when slop just works. Okay, slow, but I should be able to feed it in. Yeah, all height. Woo. Nice first try, 4-4. Oh, I don't like this. It's slow. Woohoo, but I made it. So I will take it. It's another trick that I tried on 4.7 is doing the pause, unpause as you face plant into the truck ahead of you. There's a good chance that the pause, unpause will like shake the trucks a little bit and create a bit of a gap between the front and the second one on 4.7. It didn't work there, so it's certainly not like guaranteed, but it can do what you need. This isn't good. We have to drop the truck. And hope that I hit it right. And I did. Wow. I thought I was dead. I was getting ready to reset. Never seen a 5.2 like that, I don't think. I had to use all the levitation in order to get to the end of it. It's wild. Nice 5.7. So the battery for the UPS, 23 bucks. 23 bucks shipped. And what is it actually? What is the battery? I feel like it's a 7.5 amp hour UPS battery. You know, it's sized to the unit, obviously, so it was without like gutting the thing, or I wasn't trying to do anything special. I just want to, you know, unplug the old one, plug the new one in, and be done with it. Get another 3 years of life out of my my UPS, probably 2 or 3 years is what I would expect. least. I had trouble with this level not giving it to me in PB too, so this won't lose time. It might even save a little bit, but could have saved more. So I probably won't go for 7-4 on this run. And we've already got green time. This, I think, just goes all the way. For a sub 11. Okay. Nice. Ah. That's even worse than PB was. PB didn't get the primary method, but it managed to drop the truck anyway. I didn't do this right. I got a new method, but it's fine. Fuck you. This is what I meant to do. Shit. That's just a lot of time lost instead of a little. Oh, come on, hand. Come on. You see the shake? I can only control it so much. And that's the run dead. There's only so much I can do, you know? It's a fucking neurological problem, and I feel that every other speedrunner in the game should have to attach a, like one of those electric buzzer things to their fucking forearm that goes off whenever you turn your wrist to a certain degree or something like that, so that it only happens when you have to spin the camera completely around. Not like this. This is a different movement. For some reason it doesn't... I don't have a problem with that. Ooh, look at this 1-7. I'm gonna go break the other runner's wrist. If you would, really, I would, yeah. if you're volunteering. Or, you know, just like get with Bill Gates and insert some kind of microchip into their brains through a vaccine or something in order to give them a neurological condition similar to mine. I've been watching a lot of internet comment etiquette with Eric and the fun that he has with the world of conspiracy theories is rubbing off a little bit. I mean, come on, be serious, people. If Bill Gates was gonna put anything into the vaccines to, like, you know, fuck you over, it would be like gonorrhea from a Russian whore, you know, from a Russian, like, 15-year-old girl that he fucked. That's what he would have put in the vaccines. Let's be realistic, people. And then that way he could, you know, sell you the treatment. And if you wouldn't buy it, then he'll just sneak it into your... I don't know. Jesus Christ, what a world we're living in, huh? Bunch of PDF files. I love that term. Since you're not allowed to, like, say, pedophile and child molester and stuff like that on these platforms, which is an interesting time to not be able to say these things when we've got, you know, all the world's most powerful people involved in sexual assault against people who were aged such that they cannot legally give their consent. So basically all the world's most powerful people as rapists. And, you know, in order to talk about this stuff online, it just so happens that the social media platforms owned and operated and purveyed by the world's most powerful people have made it so that you're, it's the advertisers. The advertisers, they don't want to be, they're the ones that, you can't say these words. You know, if you put them in the title, if you know, that kind of thing, put it in the description, you'll be deplatformed, demonetized, and just kind of shut up. So I really like the PDF file as a, something that I've seen people use in place of pedophile. Something that the algorithm can't figure out if it's right to censor or not. Haha. Found my way through your traps, biatch. Get all of our time back right there. And we're green again. PB had some really big, stupid losses at times. Oh, we got two really good ones right in a row. 2 or 3 really good ones in a row, so... guess I should expect that. Woo! I don't know if you guys can see me hitting the fucking R key like 2 or 3 times and 4-6 still just ignoring it. I don't know if you can see that. This is a little slow, but it's very directional, very controllable. Nice 5-7. No struggle. Nice 5-9. Came out very fast. Bad 5-10. Low. Slow. Needs to do some blow. Wow, I didn't think that was going to work. Just going to reset that and try and hit it again. Okay, this wins a little bit of time back right here. Whoa, okay. And the second hit got a real big boost. Makes the loss not as bad. Click the fucking button. Holy shit. Missed it right, missed it left, missed it up. So I guess here's a position where I do go for 7-4. Damn it. Got a second try, so it's still time save. And apparently still gold. That is crazy. When I get that first try, it's gonna be a hell of a gold. I knew you would fucking do it. I could feel it coming. I could smell it. Wow, I pushed way too much in one direction. Ooh, this is too much height. Ah, son of a bitch. I still managed it pretty well. Jesus. I'm here a lot faster than I usually am, I guess, huh? Oh no. Did I mess that up? Shit. Yeah. See me push in so aggressively that it actually blew me? You know what I mean? But it was too late. I'd already made it. Really? No! Fucking... Oh, shit. What did you do? I hit reset level. Fuck. The splits are destroyed. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation. Level select, go next. I feel like if I do that... If I had done that... The splitter kind of sucks, Noah. Hey, if you're watching, I know you're not, because you don't give a shit about the game anymore. The splitter kind of, like, there's so many little fucking edge cases where it's like, it doesn't, if I go back, oh, all my splits are gone. And I know you can change the setting there, and then if I start up here, it just fucking starts. I can't practice while I've got the split file open. The splitter kind of sucks. I don't remember having these kinds of issues back when it was, like, simpler. I gotta have a fucking plan for multiple different, you know, ways that things go wrong here. I just don't remember this, like, it just used to just work, and I never had to think about it, and it was always, like... It was always on the right level, it always knew which level I was on. Now, like, we get into situations where sometimes it just ends up on a different level, and... It happens infrequently enough that it's like you can ignore it, but... Fuck. How did we get, like, worse from it worked better before? Like, how do we go backwards on the functionality of the splitter? Or am I, like, crazy? And... Like, the only way that this hasn't gotten worse is if I'm just playing at a different way or something now, where I keep running into all these issues that I didn't used to run into, because I was a no-ability runner, and now I'm an any person. But I'm not exiting menus and doing... No, it's gotta be... Shit just doesn't work as good as it used to. Seriously, it's less consistent. It's the first time in Clustertruck, I don't know since when, that I've lost a run to not knowing what to do about the fucking splitter. And that happens in other, like, speed runs, because I've done other speed runs where it is like, fuck man, the splitter itself is getting in the way, like the Swindle speed run and stuff like that, trying to organize that splitter because no one had done it, and I was trying to invent it myself. Trying to figure out what the splits should be and how they could work and how to manage them. That, you know, there were many runs that were lost to, fuck, the splitter. What do I do? Skip, undo, oh fuck, now the splitter's offline, like shit like that. That might be the first time that I've ever, you know, had to reset a run. Well, no, in Clustertruck, it's not, because, like, once every other session, just about, I would say, we end up in a situation where somehow the splitter thinks I'm on a different level than the one I'm on. That shit's been happening. And I just reset. It's usually early enough in the run that I just reset it, and we're okay. You know, it's no big loss, so I don't worry about it. But yeah, that's... The current splitter needs some fucking work. Yeah, I didn't get it, but we'll just run it out. We're already on green time. Thing is, I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know how you'd fix it. Usually I like to be able to say what the problem is, but all I know is, sometimes it gets out of sync, doesn't register one of your level completes, or is it that it's usually ahead or that it's behind? I feel like it's usually ahead when it happens, which means that it's getting an extra signal or something? I don't think it would be an extra signal. I think it would be in the reset. When you go to reset a run with the splitter, sometimes it doesn't recognize it. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah. It's because of the... I think it's from... if you get to the end of the level, like you're doing 1-1, and you get to the end of the level, but it wasn't fast enough, so you reset from the level complete screen. The splitter doesn't know. It doesn't know what just happened. And it will just go to 1-2. Because you completed the game, or you completed the thing, but you hit reset, fuck. You hit reset in 1-1, and for some reason this splitter isn't smart enough to know that that's a reset or something. Alright, that's that run dead. Dangyan says, yeah, so that's one bug. That's one bug, is the inability to detect a reset from the level complete screen. And it frequently puts the splitter out of sync with what you're doing. Maybe I can configure the splitter to not... I don't know. It's like, I never had to fucking worry about this shit before. And I feel like I shouldn't have to make strange configurations in order to get the normal behavior out of it. But like if I configured it to not reset when you move around in the level complete, or when you move around on the level select screen, that's a setting, right? Can you change that? I just don't know if that would be better or worse, and I feel like in the old splitters, Happy Robot era stuff, and before even, I just never had to worry about it. It was always correct. It was always in sync with where I was in the game. That's crazy. I got probably 3,000 hours into Clustertruck speed running specifically or something. I don't know. I've got a ridiculous amount of time in this game. And I've never been in a level that I shouldn't be because I reset at the end instead of clicking next. I don't think that's true. I must have done it before and it just wasn't an issue in the past. It just wasn't like, it was like, oh, oops, and I just reset the run. I wasn't in World 8 on PB pace. But it's happened so incredibly infrequently, if it's happened at all. That was weird. The way that I got started there had like some extra speed to it, so I had to just like back off and try and get it in any way that I could. But that is a big bug. We should really like make a point of that the splitter doesn't understand when you reset at the end of, if you're doing 1-1 and you complete, level complete, but it was too slow and you reset from that screen, it just thinks you completed the level. We should demand a fix for that. There's a lot of features and stuff that people might want for the splitter and stuff, but that's just a straight up bug that everybody runs into that needs to go. Jesus. When I finally got it, it was quick. It's a lot of futsy key work. Damn it. I did that wrong. So it's actually slower than it needs. Looks like a nice 3-7 anyway. Good hit on 3-8. And perfect 3-9. This is too much height, not enough speed. Oh, god damn, that one was moving like a bat out of hell. You pull it back here. Because of the time lost from PB. Hey, a first try 4-4, take it every time. And then you can just ignore my my reset there. That's fine. Holy shit, that should have been gold. When have I ever done that faster in the splits? Crazy? Thank you. This could be gold. Now that's got speed. Didn't have height. But it was enough to work with. But I go through. Penalized for my swag. Yeah, it's a bad 5-8. Good 5-9 though. And a good 5-10, I think. Trying to get good hits out of World 6 is just surprisingly difficult. I swear there's a difference in air resistance in this world or something. Some subtle variable that just feels different. In pretty much every way. Really nice 7-1. And so here I don't think I go for 7-4. Land this one, I think. Nice. Fuck off. No, I won't even get it. Yeah, I saw all this coming. And again, a little bit too much steer in the reverse direction. Uh-oh. Yep, gotta reset. Fucking goddamn it. Just losing time to nothing. Which I mean to, like, the resets, I think, is what are actually to blame. Entering the level and level giving me weird fucking hops and starting me in weird fucking ways. God damn it. I got a new starting method for it and I did it wrong, but it doesn't matter because we got in. And we didn't in PB. So that's some save. God damn it. Going under. That could go. Fuck. That doesn't. That doesn't. That could. Nope. Nope. Yep. Fuck. 20 seconds. It's a bad day for my hand, clearly, for this. Be doing wrist stuff. Like, we do very good until we get here, and some days are just particularly bad for me having the kind of control I need over these turnarounds. It looks like that's what we're dealing with here. That said, I think we're technically still on PB pace because of how much is lost in 9-7. Good. Bad. Made it work. Good 9-5. Very good 9-5. Nice 9-6. Alright, it'll be another good run. Well, there's still 9-9 ahead, buddy. Fuck! Stop. Just hit the rear end, come to a stop, and finish like this. Safest way. Thank you. Another sub 1330. And it all fell apart in World 8 again. Thanks to my difficulty with getting good turnarounds. That's basically where we are right now. It's a bad day for this. It was all lost to 8-7, really. And these are feeling a lot better. Does that go? No. That goes. Wow, it was really close. That's the worst, is when they're really close and you can't actually tell. Okay, my aim is good now. My hand response is what I mean. My hand response is feeling better. God damn it, this is the... Fuck! This is the one, man. Because it needs very specific aim. And so I can get the turnaround, but then I need, like, really... I need some real minutia movement. Real high fidelity movement from my wrist. just isn't there. So, with Minecraft, in case we happen to get there today, I have been practicing bastions. I studied a little bit of the Minecraft speedrunning community's own, like, routes that they have on YouTube videos. Just weird, there's like a playlist that includes outdated videos in them, which is odd to me. Like, just update the fucking playlist? Why put a "this video is outdated" thing in the title, but not update the playlist? But okay, whatever. But yeah, I studied some of their routes. I loaded a practice file that just gives you pure bastions without any terrain deformation. Just loads them up so you can navigate them and see what they are inside and out, and figure out your paths and your routes and stuff like that. And so I feel like I could there we go. I can do many versions of stables now. Housing is pretty easy. I can improv something that looks like Donkey Kong for bridge. And then treasure is just, there's so much fucking gold there, you know, once you get to the top of it, I feel like, who needs a route? Just get to the top of it. But I still have to absolutely, like, play it a lot safer than the proper speedrunners of the game do. You know, the problem is that they're, like, dropping gold at various points so as to pacify the piglins that are chasing after them, like, momentarily. And my keybinds and my familiarity with my own keybinds just isn't there to be able to switch quickly over to, you know, wherever it is I've got the gold stored, and tap one out below me and stuff like that. I've got drop item on tilde right now, so I could change it to, like, being on 1 or something, because I use Q for my hotkey 1. Yeah. But yeah, that stuff, when I try and, like, piss off the piglins up front and then drop gold or just drop blocks at certain points to block them off, I usually end up dead. So it's just safer for me to just kind of go to where the gold is and piss them off by breaking the gold and have fewer piglins. You know, there's no... I'm going for a sub-hour time. I'm not looking for something crazy. I don't need to be entity cramming piglins in order to get the fastest trades, so that I can get out and get to the fucking, you know, next... get to the stronghold. That just ain't what's happening. But it's huge improvements in terms of knowing the bastions, understanding where I am in them, and having knowing where the gold is and having a plan for getting it. There's definitely still some spots where I'm like, where's the fucking gold? Where? That kind of thing, but rare. Yeah, 11 seconds ahead. If we get a good run all the way up to laser, there's so much time to be saved just by entering Just by not dying, just by performing well and not losing time to nonsense resets and stuff like we're seeing right now. Yes. It's very good. Thank you, 4-7, for being kind. Really good 4-8 there. Came out like a bullet. Nice 4-9 too. And this is just clean. Clean 4-10. Yesterday, in fact, last night, I was on a run that arrived at the stronghold at the portal to the end in an hour. So I could have gotten like a 2026 PB, but by the time I got there, too many pearls had been consumed, too many ender eyes had been thrown, too many of them had broken. So I was 3 eyes short. I had the blaze rods to create 2 of them if I could have found pearls, but that's just a reset, call it a day kind of a thing. Most of my runs end in hilarious anger. Very, very like, Jesus fucking Christ kind of a scenario, but that I've clearly done to myself, you know? Absolutely my fault, and didn't think to bring that, just, I put the fucking lava down on the water block and now the water is fucking gone, or, you know, stuff like that. Most of my runs end in hilarity, or what would be hilarity for a viewer, whereas for me, it's just, motherfucker! How do I keep screwing up the fucking basics? You know, that kind of thing. But the progress is definitely there and easy to see, and it feels good. It's good, like I'm getting a lot more comfortable with my own weird hotkeys that aren't even necessarily like speedrunner hotkey bindings, you know? Like, I'm sure that they've got a specific setup. Everybody puts their pickaxe in number 1, and I've been doing pickaxe in 2, shovel in 3, and axe in 4 for so long. I can't mess with that. But nonetheless, I did change my keybinds recently, you know, within the past month or 2, in a way that definitely has been challenging my brain. And I feel like I've been doing the speed run often enough now that it's, that it has started to just make sense to my, I don't have to think about it. Finally. Starting to break into the I don't have to think about it part of finding the keys. More so with the top keys than the bottom. There's a bottom row that I'm hitting, but even then. Again, if we've got the time, then I'm not going to go for it. Nice speed here. Good. I did a short hop there because I didn't want him to do the fucking big jump that puts your head into the ceiling for no fucking reason. Good. Okay, good start. Truck was a little bit scary, but good start. Nice. Nice. A little bit too low. And way too low fucking again. This is bullshit, man. And then I stay high, and it blows me fucking early, and the run's fucking dead. God, this fucking level. Why can't this game, I don't know, like, what if the player were involved in some of these levels? What if what I did mattered? Look at that. Look at that shit. I'm taking a piss. bag. See how I just, like, internally measure time now? Sitting down at 6 minutes and 40 seconds like we just had a 7-minute live stream break. Getting ready to come back. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn. Welcome back to blah, blah, blah. So, fuck 710. I'm just not gonna do it. We don't need it. PB didn't do it. Didn't get it. So I just won't fucking go for 710. Eat shit 710. We're 7-9 with 16 seconds time save. We've got like probably like 15 seconds time save in 9-7 or something like that. You know, I would say we're on pace right there for 25 seconds of time save. Without any other time save. If we just get 9-7. So, I don't need no 710 in my life. How often do you get the 4 seconds time save in comparison to how often you lose an entire fucking run to 710? That's the question to ask. And you know, that's another thing, is another, like, bug in the splitter that I don't like, is that, it resets, at the end of the game, when the credits finish, the splitter resets live split. And so, if you forget to, like, pause the credit thing, tab out, and, like, review your splits, then they're just... You know, it's technically still there, but you don't get to see all the greens and the... You don't get to see your time saves and your losses and do a real analysis in the most convenient way. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. If you hit the end of the run, it should just not fuck with it until you're, you know, starting a new run, is what I would say. Just leave it be, yo. So there's a couple of little bugs and issues with the current splitter, I would say. Fuck. Whoa! That came out so fast. It was not ready. It was not ready for your speed. It was a crazy hit there, too. Wow. And it's just crazy that apparently I did the same thing in PB for 2-2. You know, it's basically warp to the end levels, and it's like, yeah, no, you do that consistently. You're doing that every time. What are you? It's not noteworthy. Oh, shit. Yesterday, speedrunning Minecraft playing, I was doing, like, here's some of the stupid things that I did. Here's one of them that I can remember off the top of my head. I feel like I might have done this twice, actually. I had a village start. Okay. So game loads you up and there's a nearby village. Go to the village, and what I'm trying to do with the village start is, go in, collect their wheat, when they're the kind of village that has wheat, and then trade 60 wheat with a farmer to get three emeralds. Fuck you, 210. And then you trade the 3 emeralds for, you turn one of the villagers into a fisherman, who will then sell you a bucket with fish in it for 3 emeralds. And that's how you get the bucket without having to spend 3 iron. You need the bucket in order to make the portal by moving lava and water around. That's how you do it. I believe twice yesterday I had a village start, put all the effort into to like getting the bucket trade, which is quite a bit. You know, it's like a minute and a half or something for me anyway. And then I kill the iron golem, get their iron, and I make a fucking bucket. I got the fucking bucket in my inventory. It's got water in it. The guy sold it to me with a fish in it. I dropped the fish out, I picked the water back up. But then, just out of fucking momentum and habit, I end up making a bucket anyway, when the entire point of doing all the shit. Goddamn. All the shit to do a bucket trade is to not make one. I made one anyway. Not have to make one and then you can use it on your iron pick. And, you know, those frustrations, you just reset, you know. Play out that seed, feeling like an idiot. You just reset and then you tell your audience so that you can feel like an idiot publicly. That's how you do that. That's how any intelligent person handles that situation. Look at that. Nearly didn't need any lev. I'm gonna try and take this one all the way. A lot of time lost in the first 3 worlds. Hey, a 3-0, huh? You see, it didn't reset the first time, so then I had to reset, like, in the fucking level. And then when I come back to it, now I'm out of, like, the movements, and so it just everything keeps getting shittier, is my point. $18 goddamn seconds behind. You're not gonna reset this? Well, give me until after 4-2, and then we'll reset. Alright, so now should we reset? What do you think? 5 seconds behind. Reset time? I know where my time loss is and whatever. See that? I did the pause there and it bounced the truck forward. Unfortunately, it creates such a huge gap that I fell through it, but you can see how, in theory, that could help with the 4-7 thing. I just think 4-7 doesn't fuck me over often enough for me to bother with it, because in the best case scenario, I think it's still going to be like a little bit of a time loss because I took the time to do that shit. doesn't really need to be done. Clean 410. Smooth, fluid. Nice. Whoa. F5-3. I got to the outside and I did it very nicely. Ah, this is bad. I'm gonna run it. Fuck. I'm gonna run it. Quit playing the game like it's no ability. I want to hear you say I'm gonna run it one more time this fucking speedrun. I'm just experimenting at this point with like trying to, how do I get a good hit out of World 6 on any of these? They all feel slow and spongy and yeah. Nice. Low, fast, directional. Yeah, I can believe it. It's a low 9, even though I struggled with it to start. And this is just bullshit time loss. God damn it! Have a fucking truck. Yeah. Now I could reset. Now I'll reset. Just look at that. We were like even laser or medieval or something like that. We were breaking even and we had already been like 18 seconds down. That's ridiculous. We can just hang on to like most of that before we get there. The amount of time save that we have at the end, in the end game. Fucking cocksucking, dick licking, shitty tit fucker me. So what else? I will be looking forward to getting back to work on my chess game this week. I kind of just wasn't able to work on it for the first 3 weeks of this month, basically. Or 4 weeks of this month, or whatever the fuck amount of time is for this entire fucking month until fucking now. Fuck! We started out with my medication issues, not having enough, so I had to like stretch it and take half a dose, and that half a dose led into me eventually having symptom flare, and then having to recover from the symptom flare and taking it easy for about a week afterwards. And then Lady Pawn was, you know, getting ready to travel. I feel like there was something else in there as well. But eventually Lady Pawn's, you know, traveling kind of a thing meant that, especially in the wake of my flare, my job, as far as I was concerned, since she was going to be going somewhere, she never does, and never really can because of me. My job was to, you know, stay healthy. My job was to not overtax myself, not fuck up my medication, not all that kind of stuff that could result in me needing care or, you know, being in a bad way while she's gone, kind of a thing. And that meant no working on the game, at least on the code end of the game. I did do the graphic design. I managed to squeeze that in between the symptom flare and before she left, kind of thing, but I haven't touched the code. And the code needs work, because after I made the player character, which is a little cyberpunk, got a mohawk and everything, after I made him and gave him, you know, 4 ways of directional animation. So you walk north, then you see the back of his head. You walk south, you see the front of the character. You walk left or right, then you see a horizontally flipped walking animation for left and right. After I made that, I found that there are a number of bugs in the walking code, which I guess are there because our walking code was just handling a 2-directional sprite before, where it was just, in fact, it's one direction flipped, you know, where you've got an animation for walking to the right, and then you flip it for walking to the left, but there was no up or down. And in order to make sure that works, you know, think, well, what do you even have to do there? That's just simple, that just works. Well, in order to make sure it works, you have to, like, bear in mind that when the character walks up or down, what direction should they face? Should they face to the left or face to the right? And the correct answer is they should just face whatever direction they were facing in last, which means you have to store that value and hold it and put it forward. And you gotta handle a couple of circumstances. And once you also add in the idea of being able to change the character's facing direction without them actually snapping into an animation cycle, you want them to be able to fuck me in the ass. You want them to be able to fuck me right in the ass. Nailed it. You want them to be able to, like, walk past something, okay, and then turn up, and then, like, they can be in the square that's right next to an object, and they're facing to the right. If you press to the left, you want them to switch their direction to the left. You want that responsiveness, even though it doesn't necessarily make any difference. It does make a difference, actually, for triggers, for knowing what you're trying to interact with. So you can have 2 triggers on the same space. If that, you try and avoid that anyway for clarity, but you could have 2 triggers on the same tile in the world, and if you're facing a chessboard, then you'll play a game of chess, and if you're facing, you know, whatever else, a door or something like that, then interacting will open the door. Interacting will talk to a character. Whoa, look at this 1-7. Like a bullet. No PB. I thought that would be IL. I thought that would be IL gold there. Okay, that'll do. So, since the code was designed for handling all those situations with the character that only knows how to face east or west, but not north or south, when I added north or south in, there's some various situations, or, you know, it doesn't work right. Try and walk north, and I think he doesn't do anything. You walk south, and it shows the... No, you walk right, and it shows the animation for north. Yeah. So there's some bugs there. Need to be worked out. So this will be first time in March that I've, well, since maybe the first week of March, that I'll be able to get back to the code. And it sucks when you have to leave, like, an active project like that. Because when you come back, you're gonna spend some time, like, trying to figure out what you were doing, what your code does, that kind of a thing. You lose the momentum, and especially on a project that's this big. I don't know how it's handled in the world of actually doing this stuff professionally, but I would imagine, you know, grids and charts and things that help to establish, like, the flow of code and how things work together, because I've already got so many little utilities that are used and that are called from one system to the next and stuff like that, that it's hard to hold it all in my head, how it all links together. Really feels like it's time for, like, a refactoring pass to restructure some of these classes so that they make a little bit more sense, consolidate some of the systems that seem to sort of repeat. I can't believe that kind of went. I automatically reset it because I came in at such a harsh angle on it I couldn't imagine it working. Nope. 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 Are you fucking kidding me? You have 4-6 like this again? It was the last, or one of the PBs I remember 4-6 had, like, a bunch of dumbass fucking time on it. Bunch of time save at 4-6 because of the shit like that. And you'll note, like, where does that happen? When does that happen? What's the problem there? Well, did you see me try and reset it as I enter it, and it didn't fucking reset, and so I came in and the truck was bouncing up, and so I had to reset within the level and then try and find my timing again, and that's what's happening there. That's how we get to these cycles. Is that the game does not respond to the command to reset. And then you're struggling to get back into, like, the flow. The finger flow. It's not just out of nowhere. Subtle interruptions to the timing of the loading of the level and when you need to be moving and how long you need to be holding a key and stuff like that. There's all this muscle memory involved in the game really won't listen to you in many instances. It's just like, yeah, you may have pressed that key, and half the time when you press that key at this moment, I hear it, but the other half, I just put up a fucking middle finger. This is so slow and low, I'm actually gonna go in through the gate. Shit. Again, got like weird intro there. It just gave me like a bounce that you're not supposed to get. So where is their significant time save? Because we're now 20 fucking seconds behind in World 6. And I don't want all my time saved to be relying on 9-7. That's stupid. I can pick up little bits of it here and there, sci-fi and whatnot. But if I'm not paying attention to these levels because I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to save time, then I'm just going to keep losing time. Like that. Definitely go for 7-4. Maybe I even go for 7-2. Well, what can 7-2 actually save you? 3 seconds? 2 seconds? And what's it likely to take from you? Too much. 7-2's not even worth trying for. Because I haven't practiced on it. I haven't put any time into it. If I had a method, other than just throwing myself at it and hoping, then maybe. First try, this is going to be big gold for us. You son of a fucking cuck. And just randomly giving me a jump that the game isn't really supposed to give you. So we lose time. Totally my fault somehow. Absolutely the player was involved in that shit. I was holding spacebar there when I'm not supposed to. Wonder if that matters going up. Nice. The earliest hit that you could get there. Okay. Don't. Fuck it. Good 1-1. Tic-tac indeed. You guessed correctly. I've also got Mentos next to the bed here. And, I went for the tic-tac. And what else has been, like, most of my trying to stay low and not, you know, do anything that would jeopardize Lady Pawn's ability to travel has been just the Minecraft stuff. Fuck. Look at that. And I got it in. What other stories from Minecraft have I got? I think I've figured out, you know, for me, it's important to get gold armor as soon as you're into the Nether. No messing around with thinking that you're gonna walk into a bastion or even really walk around the world. I didn't reset entering that one, so the truck pulled off in one weird direction. Yeah, there's no sense thinking you're gonna walk around and it's just gonna, like, it's gonna cost you at the very least time and more likely food, more importantly food, that you're gonna have, like, stray piglins fucking with you at various times. You're gonna be trying to set up, like, a, you know, E-ray to double check which direction you're supposed to be going in, and some fucking asshole's gonna come up and start hitting you. So, making myself some gold armor as soon as I get in is an immediate priority. And the cheapest thing to make is a set of boots. And so it's kind of weird because kind of everybody assumes that what you'll be making, what the armor that you'll be wearing in a 1.16.1 Minecraft speedrun. I did it again. I had to do this in a different way to make up for the fact that I didn't reset. Everybody assumes you'll be making a hat. Making a gold helmet. Because, and it makes sense because, like, in trading with piglins, you're probably gonna get boots. You know, they're very likely to give you gold or iron boots with soul speed on them. So why make a set of boots? And the answer is, well, if you're making them before you're to the bastion, because you don't have the confidence in your playing skill, and, you know, when you're setting up into an F3 menu, you're getting hammered by piglins and stuff like that, then the easiest thing to make is to get 36 gold nuggets and combine them into 4 bars and make a set of boots. Wow, this came out really fast. So fast it nearly died. I have also learned I have suffered the correct number of times having entered the Nether without having remembered to build a boat first in the overworld, and now I'm in the Nether and maybe I don't have the wood that I need for a boat anymore, and you can't get boat making wood in the Nether. You cannot make a boat out of crimson, out of any form of nylium. And it just makes everything more difficult. It doesn't necessarily end the run, but when you don't have a boat to drop off of large falls, or to help you get into like a one tall space to dig, save that time. Shit just sucks, yo. But I've gotten very good at the E-ray, I feel. I don't, I'm kind of still waiting. Still expecting to, like, travel for several minutes in the direction of what I think is a bastion because of how many entities I'm being told are there, and then find out, oh, it's just a crimson forest that you were looking at. It hasn't really happened yet. I keep going in the direction of the piglin, or of the entities, and getting there and being like, yeah, no, you went the right way. Like, damn, okay. I'm expecting to get screwed at some point here. I reset. You didn't listen. Come on. Jesus Christ. The first time in a while that I've had that much trouble. Fuck. I didn't know what I was doing. But, it was working until the last gate. Fuck you! God damn it. Fucking 4, fucking 5. 2 of them. 2 last gate fucking deaths. Just have the consideration to fucking kill me 9 times on the first gate instead, you cunt. Now there's a 1-1. And as I told you guys last time, I've been watching a lot of Curry Way. It's a good runner to watch if you're picking up the just trying to pick up the speed run. Because Curry isn't going for world record, he isn't throwing runs away, Curry is doing no reset runs, so just has to take whatever comes in. Load up a bad seed, that's what we're running today, is this bad seed, where I had to travel 32 chunks, you know, in one direction in order to get to a fortress, or to a bastion, and then another 24 in the other direction in order to get to a fortress, and then the blind coordinates suck, and you know, it's just, you gotta play it all the way out, and it doesn't create an unrealistic expectation of what a speedrun looks like, which is what the world record guys and what ranked also creates. These are nonsensically unrealistic expectations of what a speedrun will look like in Minecraft. Because ranked is using filtered seeds that give you good starts and ensure that you've got the bastion and the fortress within, you know, a certain, they're reachable. You're going to be able to get all of the things, and then for the people who are, you know, grinding for RSG world record and stuff like that, well, they're throwing away anything and everything that doesn't suit their taste, doesn't give them the fastest possible start. And that's just not what you're going to be doing as a new speedrunner to Minecraft. You're going to be taking whatever it gives you, playing cave strats, playing everything. Playing anything and everything that comes along that's a little bit playable. So watching Curry Way is pretty good. I also like Curry Way's version of family-friendly content. Still bothers me a little bit that it's family friendly in the first place at all, but Curry's family friendly version doesn't necessarily doesn't feel like it's made for 6-year-olds the way that other people's does. You know, the person who managed to send me in the direction of Curry Way was Rec Rap, Parker, and Parker frequently does feel like, wow, this is made for children. And I don't think it's necessarily that it is made for children, just that Parker has a very Mormon kind of attitude, perspective, and all that sort of a thing. And maybe not the, you know, not for nothing, maybe not the brightest guy that you've ever met. And ignorance really is bliss. You know, just not taking an interest in the parts of the world that aren't happy, shiny, bubbly. It does keep you in a certain head state that is very nice. It's very nice. Very pleasant, and it's also annoying to those of us who haven't closed our senses off to parts of the world that kind of suck ass. Come on, yes. So I definitely like Curry Way's version of family friendly a lot better. There's a lot of sarcasm still in there, and that said, the language of these fucking, I don't know what you'd call them, like what's the generation, and it's not even like the way that this industry works too. It's not necessarily that you're part of that generation, but it's like by appealing to the younger demographic, you pick up their idioms and all that kind of stuff, and oof, the silliness of some of the language. And the amount of times that it's repeated per hour, kind of a thing. Curry has a couple of idioms that he reaches for, that he uses like they're articles of a sentence, like V and stuff like that. Oh, that's Taz. You know, just everything's TAS. Everything's fucking TAS. Everything's a tool-assisted speed run. If it's good, it's TAS. TAS just means good in the world of Curry Way. It doesn't have to have anything to do with like the performance of or you know, it doesn't have to do with speed running or tool-assisted anything. TAS is just good. What I like about Curry Way's persona is that like if I were gonna do a roast of Curry Way, I would make a joke about how like genial they are or something like that, because the number of times that you could clip this man saying hello or excuse me in response to something, and it's funny because hello can be a response to something good or to something bad. The way that that it gets used on Curry's content is you know, hello is almost interchangeable for let's go, but it's also interchangeable for fuck. Hello? So I like some of it, don't like some of the other, but it's a good mixture. It's a good mixture. I also like that Curry seems to be a big old leak. It's got all these projects, and you know, there's something on the fires brewing with you know, big Minecraft YouTubers and stuff like that, Feinberg and whatnot. He's doing stuff in the background, and he's always like, he can never just do it until it's done without like hinting at what's coming or you know, trying to get people, like, there's one aspect of it where it's hype, right? But I feel like Curry is just too excited for the things that he's doing at any given time to actually just protect the information. Like, this is not a man you would ever give an NDA to and expect it to be abided. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of Curry Way, enjoying the content, enjoying the speed runs, enjoying the persona. In fact, YouTube just recommended to me the first day I said that Curry's doing no reset runs. They're currently like on 9,000. They've entered the 9,000s out of with an intent to do a total of 10,000, maybe 100,000. But so YouTube finally just recommended to me like the original VOD of the day that this challenge began, day 1. And boy, those speedruns were nowhere near as good as the standard is now. Like, you can see how having to run bad Minecraft seeds and getting killed and having to run it all the way back and stuff like that, like the punishment and just the strats that have developed, the practices and whatnot, the standards, big difference. Big difference. I mean, it looks like Curry doesn't even know what the hell he's doing back on day 1 of this challenge, honestly. There's like, I think there's a run that took almost an hour to complete or something like that. And now, if a run goes over 30 minutes, it's like, wow, that was really bad. Averaging like 24, 22 kind of a thing. Puts in a lot of sub-20s. Shit. I couldn't see a way through. I was going too fast. Like, this one was also going ridiculously fast. Alright, well, I gotta go for 7:10 now, because we need the time. So I said I wasn't gonna go for this anymore. And fuck it. Fuck it. I also should have gone for 7-4 on that run, but I only realized while I was entering it because I was jawing away. I definitely, you know, I feel like I'm better when I'm distracted from the run a little bit, when I'm not. My mind isn't completely on the run. So I am trying to find stuff to talk about, which is why we're all the way down to the bottom of the barrel and talking about the fucking Minecraft speedrunning VODs that I've been watching lately. But if you are interested in Minecraft speedrunning, I would say the, you know, unless you somehow already know the bastions inside and out, the place to start is this custom map that lets you run every bastion. You get to choose what, you know, you can either have it just be random, or you can choose from all the types of bastions which one to load up and run it from either random positions, or that's probably the #1 thing that you should do. It's the only way that you're going to get familiar with the insides of these dark maze-like bastions, and start to know where the gold is that you're going to need when you get there. And then eventually to be able to start, like, planning to execute routes that piss off the piglins as you pass them, or, you know, in one way or another, you drag piglins along with you. I am not there, let me tell you. I'm just at the point where, okay, I know where the gold is. I've got a pretty good idea of how to get to all of it. And I can improvise some stuff in the situations that I don't understand, like Bastion. If it's got a triple chest at the top, fuck, damn it. If there's a triple chest at the top, then there will be a room underneath the triple chest area that contains gold. And when I say room, it's more like a hallway. So when there's like a double bad gap, which I have seen at least once, there's still some gold to be found if you've got triples. Woohoo. Still managed to do it in less than 6. That, however, is probably the situation where I'm most, like, out of my depth. If you're double bad, and you just gotta go for, like, where the triples are, even getting the triple gold, it's not like a lot of gold. It just seems like it's pretty close to unplayable. And it might be playable, but barely. Or you just need to know more than I do, or something like that. I'm not sure. But also, like, trying to manage the piglins when you're that close to the top of the triples, there's a lot of piglins and stuff like that, trying to get them all together into one space to trade gold with, especially if you're dealing with double triples. That's the part that definitely leaves me going, I'm not sure I know what to do in this situation. And that's why a while ago I said that bastions are the worst thing to have to learn, or I mean, stables is the worst thing in terms of learning the bastions, because there are like 12 different types of bastions, and 6 of them are stables. Was my quote. Let's go right, slowest on the right. Stables can be good gap left, good gap right, good gap both. Okay, I didn't remember what I was supposed to do on 3-3. My head wasn't in it. That's the downside. I distract myself a little bit from the run, and I usually run better. But then there's certain moments where I'm not here when I need to be. Good gap left, good gap right, double good gap, bad gap, double bad gap, but then you've got the triple chests can be at the top, and then they'll have gold, single chests, and there's just a lot of scenarios. Too many goddamn scenarios. And the Minecraft Speedrun wiki on YouTube is a good reference for, like, routes and stuff like that. Unfortunately, the wiki really does prioritize showing the fastest route over teaching, which sucks. They literally will have, like, you know, whoever's running this particular bastion might, because they're so goddamn fast, turn their head, and you'll only have 2 frames to see, like, where they fucking placed some blocks or something like that, and it's just, it's not good education material. It's information is in there, but I was very underrated at the, you know, at the educational quality of what was being shown to me. Fuck, I saw it. I couldn't dodge it though. Like, I had the momentum in the wrong direction and it just was unchangeable. Whoa. Whoa, gold? Yeah, I could tell. It was super fast. I reset entering, you sniz. Is that a word? Sounds like it'd be an insult. I feel like I want to put a bopper on the end of it too, you sniz bopper. Goddamn sniz boppers. Controlling the global economy. The cloud people. Fucking lizards. Cloud people, the lizards, and the sniz boppers. That's what I've been saying. The globalists. Saying it for years. Me and Alex Jones, we had this shit pegged down. Okay, this is a little slow, but I still think it makes it without needing to bounce off of my boy's dick. I told you I've watched a lot of internet comment etiquette with Eric. And actually on our Minecraft server, Angelus gifted me a map of the entire overworld they'd made. And, on that map, fuck. On that map, they had put some funny text for, you know, referencing the idea of a flat Earth, and that this map was proof that there's no globe, kind of a thing. And I had to move the map though to put it inside my territory, otherwise it would still be, you know, would be. I'm not as much worried about people like stealing it or something as I am creepers blowing up near it and losing, you know, stuff that took quite a while to put together. A gift. So I moved the map into my territory to protect it, and when I replaced the text that Angelus had put on there about the flat Earth, I replaced it with a bunch of internet comment etiquette stuff that is similarly about flat Earth. I believe the saying goes, ain't no Planet X coming, 'cause ain't no space, 'cause ain't no globe Earth. Cease your investigations. That's what I put on the map. Alright, it's optional to go for 7-4 here, we don't need it. It'd be nice to pick up a couple of seconds. But it would suck to lose the entire run because we tried to pick up a couple of seconds. So I think I'll just do this. And it's a go all the wayer. Nice. It's so much harder to do when you're trying to avoid the, that big jump that keeps getting me. That big random jump. Fuck me. Fuck me. Good. Wow. Yes. Okay. It's very fast. Threw that way too early. And we're not going for 710 because fuck 710, right? That's what we decided. Damn it. It's just a little bit too high. Looked good though, didn't it? My hand just isn't capable of this shit today. Fuck. See how much fucking jiggle is in that shit? It's basically just random whether or not I'm gonna be able to fucking hit it at this point. I'm gonna be able to get anything out of it. Like that is just complete fucking random right there that it worked. It's not control, skill, nothing. And this is super slow and bad. We'll save a little bit here. There was a reset on 9-1 at PB. Whoa. I walked down off the front of it. Thankfully, I managed to keep myself from resetting. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. I don't love this. You can't really see the goal. Fuck. Nailed it. It's not a good one. But I gotta risk it. I gotta risk it on the truck drop up here. Fuck. Because we're too far behind. And now it's over. I could just reset the run. Might as well finish it. Fuck it. I got a ton of speed. Does it make it? It does. And look at this. It's a nice low one, too. We're 5.2 clear and another 1325. Another sub 1330. Sub 1330s are just free. Apparently. And we actually did hell 0.4 seconds faster. That doesn't look right. How do we 13.2 and then end 16.1 because we saved the time on 9.1? Is that true, or are these numbers just wrong? If I look at compare against PB, yeah, various personal best game time, yeah, that's so we did complete hell faster, but we lost so much in sci-fi to the turnaround shit. 8.3, 8.4. That's basically the run right there, is this World 8. World 8, which is what it's been all day. Because I'm just having a bad neurology day for that movement. Another good run, though. Showing, but over and over and over again, our potential to grab this. If we would have gotten a first try 9.7, a better one than what I think I got there, then we could have matched PB, more or less, I think. Even on that run. With all that time loss, that's why I kept running it. Nice solid 4.4. Okay, you just don't care when I press reset. What a new and interesting scenario. Wait, no. The other one. Thaddeus. Shit. Pretty happy that I can consistently sub 1 minute desert without pause whips. It's nice. Started out the day with like a 56, it could have been a 54. Going for it. That was a really nice 2.9. Damn it. I saw it just a little bit too late. This method's a little bit visually unfamiliar to me, so... Nice. First try, 3.9. Love it. 2 lev 310. Whoa. Nice speed. Oh! Just walked right fucking into it. Like it wasn't even there. They weren't really even moving. I just steered my way right into the fucking thing. Well, I don't know where we're gonna be able to get that time back. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I hit the fucking reset button! Jesus fucking Christ. Certain levels, they just make up the fucking rules as they go. Ooh. I had no faith by the end. It was such a slow one, you know? Wow. That speed. Yeah, green, gold, blue, teal. My golds are blue. Damn it. Damn it. This is a truck dropper. Yeah, fuck. It's probably a reset because of 410. Yeah, we're not that far behind. That's the level that I practiced is. It's one of them. I just grind it on loop, trying to account for the fact that it's one of the ones. It's just kind of fucking bitchy. Just kind of gonna make shit up as it goes every time. Oh, this is bad. I'm gonna run it. Had to. It's an option. Okay, pretty good on the second hit. The thing is, the second hits tend to be pretty cool because they've got speed already. You know, the trucks have picked up a little bit of their own momentum. So what you're bouncing off of gets multiplied a little bit. Okay, that was the weirdest fucking entry ever. It was like, no, I heard you reset, I'm coming in, but I'm gonna wait an extra like 800 milliseconds before I load in. Just to fuck with you. Just to throw you off a little bit. God damn it. Should not have hit spacebar here. Sub 9. We like the sub 9s. Seven 4. Did we go for it? I'm feeling it. Now we definitely go for it. We lost a little bit more unnecessary time to this. Although the PB version of this was pretty slow. Did we, like, how much did we lose off of that? Like 2 seconds. It's crazy. You get 3 attempts and you barely lose anything. If you get it on the second attempt, then you're definitely saving, you're almost certainly saving time. You get it on the third attempt, probably okay. Probably only losing a couple of seconds. 4 is definitely worth going for. Good start. Nice. Nice. And we don't bother with 710. There we go. Fucking. I reset, didn't I? I did it, so that's the second time today. I guess I practiced 8-4 on loop too much. There it goes. Did I reset another one or something? Are we on the wrong level now? We are. We are. So this speedrun is fucked again. You know what? I'm gonna keep running it because the run is pretty good. The splits can always be fixed. So all these golds are lies. This goes all the way.
Run faster, jump higher.
No, fuck. Alright, well, I guess the fact that it didn't PB is good. That means I don't have to actually try and fix this, these splits. But yeah, I'm pretty sure with, because we didn't hit it first try, that's not actually PB. It's probably a 1310. Josk says PB, we take those. I don't think so. I think if it costs, yeah, it was 12 seconds to clear 910 properly, and if this is saying 4.3, and yeah, I think that adds up to like a 13, 14, 13, so it's something over PB anyway. So yeah, I'm clearing out this, right? Because if it was 1304 and it stopped at 9.9 and then that took 12 seconds, then that's a 1316. Yeah. Yeah. So we reset that. We don't save any of the golds, even though there were some valid golds in there, so that kind of sucks, but whatever. It was a good run. It was a 1316. It was our fastest run of the day, I believe. And I apparently ran one of the levels twice, accidentally. So you take out that double level clear, and it was PB.
We'll be right back.
I'm not gonna take a bite. We took a break at like the 2 hour and something mark. I just walked away and went and peed and grabbed I did my break stuff. I got my 7 minutes. And so now it's 3.5. We've been here for 3.5 hours, which is just 2. We're 90 minutes into the next 2 hour break. So I keep running. We got up to 3 more runs that we could get in here. Full game runs. But that's twice in today. I don't know. It must have been like I grinded a bunch in World 8. So I'm just automatically reaching for restart instead of next level once I'm in World 8, once I'm into the levels that force me to turn around anyway. Developed some muscle memory that's fucking me over in Steampunk. Funny that that doesn't happen anywhere else. So it must be that I don't feel like I spent a lot of time in 8.4 either. All of these hits fucking suck, by the way. I was practicing a lot of levels. 7.4, slower than if you just ran it. Practicing a lot of levels yesterday, and I don't feel like World 8 was where I spent most of my time. I spent a lot of time on 7.4. Ooh, look at this. Like a bullet. Makes up for some of that dumb time loss. Can't believe that's a 1 minute flat time. With every single 1-1 through 1-5 were all just bad hits. Just mistimed pauses. Sometimes I just look away from the screen and tap the lev button a bunch. Get into a rhythm on the lev, and then I look back and I'm like, yeah, that worked. Come on. There you go. Apparently, we did really piss poor in 210 and PB as well. That should have been time lost, but it was time save. Nice sub 10 there. Fuck. I'm resetting. Yeah, sadly, looks like we didn't get to do any Minecraft speedrunning today. That's the worst thing about not PBing in Clustertruck, is I didn't get to do any Minecraft. God fucking damn it. That was the hand jiggle. You saw the fucking jiggle. So now what only happens in World 8 is starting to leak into World 1. Sometimes you get better over the course of the day, and sometimes you get, like, worse tired is how it looks kind of thing. I feel like this is, one of the... I mean, we just got our fastest run of the day, but I feel like the tired is really showing through here. And I don't mean me, I mean the muscles, the whatever, the gameplay. It's just fatigued. My pause timing is off. My subtler methods where I need the fine control, the wrist just isn't doing it. Yeah, pause timing very off. Still a sub 1 minute desert. I'm impressed. Definitely feel like I'm rushing setups. then I slow down to get them right, and this is what I get instead. So, the fuck's anything worth, really. And I can't click the next level button for my fucking life either, apparently. So yeah, it definitely feels like end of the day fatigue. Play fatigue. But you can always pop off. You can always suddenly, for some reason, snap in. And in any event, the important thing about a meditation practice is to continue doing it. The times when you're not making progress and it doesn't seem like it's worth it, well, that's why you're doing it. Those are the most important times to do it. So we take that and we apply it to Clustertruck. We say we're here to run Clustertruck because we're here to run Clustertruck. Having goals of gaining certain times and ranks are secondary to the original intention, which is we show up and we run the game. Wow. Sometimes we get crazy golds. That's the only way through was to go under. That would have been really fucking cool. I was gonna drop a truck once I cleared the... got to the other side of it, because I would have been too low to keep going, but if I could have gotten past him, drop a truck the other side, that could have gotten me to goal. Yeah, it's interesting, having restarted my meditation practice. This morning's meditation, really, connected with me. I was feeling kind of like I wasn't even trying, or, something like that. You're just sort of getting down on yourself for not, being able to lock in and get the meditation done. And I was kind of beating myself up because, if anything, I just couldn't remember why I was even doing it, kind of a thing. What's the point? Why am I meditating? And in that moment, I spun it around, and instead of feeling like, a piece of shit because I couldn't think of why it is that I'm meditating, I turned it on its head and went, I have finally reached the point in my meditation where I am just meditating. I am here to do it. I'm not trying to gain anything. I'm not trying to accomplish anything. I'm just here. I'm just sitting to sit. Without an agenda. The fact that I can't even remember what the point of any of this is the goal. That's you've reached something there, You can't remember what the goal is, then you have reached the goal. Because there ain't no goal. It's Zen meditation.
Centering your chakras.
I mean, I already organized those. I've got a shelf for them, my chakra shelf. Next to my tea set. Wow, another crazy 1-7. Yeah. But yeah, it's a big component of Zen to the idea that why are we doing this? What's the point? Why do we sit? Why do we meditate? And the answer that the Zen masters will give you is we sit to sit. And you know, you're gonna be like, the fuck does that mean? That's some bullshit. Fucking. But there's incredible wisdom in that. We're not turning it into a goal. We're not trying to get something out of it. We're doing it to do it. This is what we've chosen to do with our time, and we're going to do it. And that's it. And it's important to have a non-goal-oriented mindset in meditation. Because, of course, if you go looking for something in meditation, you will probably find it. Not because it's there, but because you're looking for it. And you're digging in yourself. So you will bury the treasure that you find, and then you'll dig it up and go, oh, look at the treasure that I found. Wow, perfect landing. A big part of why I value meditation, why I value Zen meditation in particular over any other sort of spiritual practice, is that it does not seek to give you answers. It seeks to give you a method to find your own answers. And the method that it provides you, that was a really good one. The method that it provides you is one that focuses on the idea of putting, nothing there, of not adding anything to what you're doing. You sit and you breathe, and you attempt to just do that without a goal, without anything else, because if you can manage to just sit and just breathe and just be present in this moment, hear the dog barking without, defining it as a dog, and without defining it as a bark. Just hear what you're hearing, see what you're seeing through the crack in your eyes if you leave them open, smell, feel the wind on your skin. If you're just present, what you find when you're not adding anything to it, to this experience of being a human being, that's going to be the real shit. When you're not involved in, putting your ideas and ideals and philosophies and whatever else you're, used to adding to your experience on this planet, if you stop adding anything to it and just open yourself up, what you find when your personality and your ideas and your mind are not in the flow, are not being used as a filter through which you sift reality, what you find will be reality. It won't be an idea of an idea, of a premise, of a political association, of an economic stratus, of a certain racial privilege. It'll just be what's there. Boy, did 4 or 5 screw us over there. We're still green. So without telling you who to believe in as a fucking god, or what the right way to live is, or anything like that, Zen just tells you, here's what you can do to experience the nature of reality directly for yourself, and then, draw whatever conclusions you draw from that. And that's that's why I respect the hell out of it. It's not trying to sell you something. Not trying to program you. Now that said, it is. There is a culture to Buddhism, and there is a culture to Zen, and there is a culture, and the people officiating have they're just human beings too, no matter how much you meditate. And they have their preferences and their ideas and their all that kind of thing. And they will try to sort of, without trying, but they're going to necessarily leak a little bit of their persona, personality, ideas, and ideals onto the nature of the practice. But you accept that, and you look to the practice, the 3,600-year-old practice of meditation, Zen meditation in particular, and you trust in this process instead of in any of the people who are, officiating the process. And if they're really good officiators of the process, then they will encourage you to do that, to do what I just said, to not look to them, but to look to the process. Place your faith not in a human being, in some fucking guru, in some supposedly awakened, enlightened, whatever other fucking, clear, attained Scientologist. To not participate in any form of cult of personality, but instead to submit yourself to a thousands years old process that has long storied history of working. And what do you mean working when you're practicing in something that has no goal? Like, how can you say it worked? And I would say that the best sign that it works is that you are at peace with yourself. You are at comfort in your own skin. With zits and genital warts and whatever else you got. With all of your flaws. If you are at ease and at comfort and satisfied and cannot be pushed from your peace by someone, pointing at you and making a valid criticism, if you can accept that criticism and go, you're probably right, and then carry on with your fucking day, not be so defensive about your own identity and ego and all that kind of stuff as to give up your peace to the first person who comes along and points at one of your warts. Like, who cares? Yeah, I got warts, so do you. We all got them. What the hell's the point? And if a wart bothers you, then you get it lanced off, by which I mean you work on that wart, you put the effort into it, and honestly, one of the cool teachings of my particular Zen teacher was the idea that when it comes to your warts, so to speak, when it comes to your warts, noticing them starts to lance them off. The knot unties itself is one way of saying it. That you feel as though there's a knot inside of you. Once you see the knot for what it truly is, it starts to work on itself, and it's not, it's not to say that you never have to put active energy and effort into correcting something, but that the effort that you put is vastly supported by the fact that, once you notice things are a way that you don't want them to be, it's just natural and normal to start to fix it. Without, subconsciously, without having to beat yourself up about it, about the fact that you're not there yet, or you're still working on it, shit like that. You can just be aware and try and do your best and, not beat the shit out of yourself and maintain your peace. Keep your peace. 안녕하세요. Korean, that's a Korean greeting. 안녕하세요. And it means, are you keeping peace? And so the answer to, this Korean greeting that most people give, 안녕하세요 is ne, which means yes. And then they'll just ask it back to you. 안녕하세요, 네, 안녕하세요. That's a pretty beautiful way to say hello, isn't it? No, no. Are you keeping peace? Yes, I am. Are you keeping peace? Yes, I am. Of course, it is also one of those things where it's like leaves it open to you're having a bad day and somebody asks you, are you keeping peace? It's like, not really. But you can't really say that, can you? Especially in an Asian culture. Like, listen, the correct answer is yes. Don't give me any other answer than yes. Fuck. Well, 8-7 took this one from us. Randomly. What can you do? How long have we been here? We are at the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna try and get one more run in. Look at this. I will start the run on that slow thing just because it's so wild. Isn't that a double-edged sword? How so, Make It Pause? What are you talking about in particular? The Are You Keeping Peace is definitely has a bit of a bite to it on a day where you're not really keeping peace and everybody around you is like, are you keeping peace? And you're like, yeah, I'm keeping peace. Shut the fuck up. Show you my peace, motherfucker. Peacemaker. But actually on those days, I believe, probably the standard within culture would be someone asks you, are you keeping peace? And if you're having a bad day, you just ask them back. I heard that a lot in Korea. 안녕하세요, 안녕하세요. It's like, oh. So you're just re-asking the question as a way of, yeah. You don't insert the answer. And the answer's inconvenient. But anyway, I was very happy this morning to have sort of recontextualized in my own mind the idea of not really being able to think of why it is. You know, what are the teachings that underlie this practice? Why am I doing this? All that kind of a shit. None of it was there, and I was thrilled. I managed to go from being like, God, what am I doing here? You know, I can't keep my mind focused on this stuff and the thing is, like, after a certain amount of time, you focus in. It just can take a lot of breaths, and you know, it can take entire meditation sessions where you just you never really found your center, you never managed to turn your brain off is the main thing, like your thoughts, that endless stream of thinking. But I think it's very clever, whether it's true or not. It's a very clever, very Zen way of handling self-recriminations and self-doubts and stuff like that, is to just completely turn it around on itself and go from, God, I can't even remember why I do this anymore, to, alright, I've gotten to the point where I can't even remember why I do this anymore. That's like fucking. I think they give you special robes for that. Everyone, Risham has ascended to the next level of practice. They can't recall why they're here. What the point is, but they're still doing the practice. That's the important part. And then after, after I kind of had that moment, that thought, allowed me to lock in. That thought allowed me to, like, turn the other thoughts off. Allowed me to turn off the self-doubt and recriminations and all that shit. And I was able to just sit in my not knowing, sit in my not understanding, and breathe and listen to the sounds of the cars outside the window passing and the dogs barking and the planes flying overhead and things like that. I was able to hear the whole world and just be here, be present for it, without adding or taking anything away from it. For the last stretch of my meditation of climbing the small mountain or the little mountain, whatever it is I call it. Bitch! Nobody's ever done this before. Wow. I also like the idea in the Korean language that saying yes is just as simple. Nay. Nay. You know, which nay is for no, but you know, nay. It's just a single syllable. It's easy to make that sound. To say yes is nay. To say no is 3 goddamn syllables. 3 is no is anyo. Anyo. And I just like the idea on a kind of philosophical level that in order to be negative, in order to deny, in order to put up a wall, costs 3 times the amount of energy as to be accepting. I think that says something. English, yes, no. If anything, the number of sort of phonetic things going on in yes is more than no. It's harder to say yes than it is to say no in English. You are incentivized to make the simpler sound, which is the denial. It's curious. Something similar in Japanese. Hai. Hai is yes, or yosh, if you want to say like, okay, that kind of a thing, or let's go. Hai, yosh. Whereas to say no, it's yeah. Yeah. And it sounds bad, number one, yeah. there's a real onomatopoeia to it. It sounds like you're saying no. Sounds like you're saying yuck. Yeah. But it's also, you know, more syllables. Feels to me like there's more going on there. Oh! A sub 4! Suck on that, yeah. Yosh! 俺は誰だと思ってやがるがいいじん。That's just curious. I think it says something about a culture when the language itself encourages positivity or discourages, you know, discourages refusals and stuff like that. It's the idea of linguistically encouraging people to be open-minded and to try to be accommodating. Now that said, I would also say that the Asian culture, that Japanese and Korean culture are like the amount of societal conditioning in it is like there's just massive amounts of pressure on everyone all the time to be what society, you know, expects you to be. So, it's definitely some downsides. Fuck. It was so low and fast I had to go for it. I just wanted to land at something like this instead. And do something like that. You know, and that's probably reaching to say that having no be more syllables or be more complicated to express as a sound has that kind of an impact on a culture, on a society, on a mindset, but I like it anyway. I don't care if it's not true. Sounds neat. That's the important part. And of course, I don't want to, like, suggest, I'm very much a, kind of a pessimist kind of a guy. I'm a glass is half empty kind of fella, and I don't want to insinuate that it's, just generically better to be an optimist. Optimists have their problems. You know, if I thought it was so great to be an optimist, then I'd change myself. Which I have done in the past. You know, as a Buddhist monk, I absolutely changed my mindset to be more of a happy-go-lucky, glass-half-full kind of a guy, and it was great. And then I got a little bit away from that life, and when I sort of reawakened my intellect, because in order to be a happy-go-lucky kind of a person, you kind of turn your IQ down a few notches, in my experience. When I got a little bit of distance and I started to reacquire my intellect, I decided that I preferred a little bit of suffering that comes with seeing the world the way that I see it. In trade of like having the awareness and the mind and the capacity for compassion and understanding of scenarios that the happy, shiny, smiley motherfucker in the street just don't know what the fuck's going on at all. They got their view of things, and it's treating them okay. So why see the other angles? Basically what I'm saying is happiness is a warm gun. Happiness is a warm gun. When I hold you in my arms, and I feel, what is it? And I put my finger on your trigger. But it's just different ways of being. It's not... One isn't right, the other isn't wrong. Another lesson of Zen. Even though Zen will absolutely, like the culture of Zen will absolutely train you to be a certain kind of a person. A more Mormon-like kind of a fella. I was talking about Parker, Rec Rap earlier, and, you know, to have that kind of, let's just be kind and compassionate to everybody and never make anybody feel uncomfortable about the choices that they're making, even if the choices that they're making are harming other people around them. Let's just, you know, hey, it would be rude to bring up the fact that your God doesn't exist or something like that, so we're just not gonna mention it. Look at that, another just smooth 1-5. Really liked that one. It didn't involve the lev, and it just came out good. Came out with the speed that I want and everything. This fucking level's just not listening to me when I press the fucking reset key. So now we've been here a quarter, it's 4:15, and I'm still going for some reason. Mainly because I like the commentary right now. I've got, in terms of meditational Zen type stuff, I've got myself a... shoot, what's it called? Moktak? Moktak! Kapla! I think I've got myself a Moktak. What in English is frequently called a fish drum. It's a hollowed piece of wood that... the way that it's been hollowed looks as though it's got like fish eyes on either side of it with like a mouth between the two holes. Why it's called a fish drum, but it's not a jukbi, right? Is it a jukbi? Is it a moktak? In Korean anyway, in my lineage. I can't remember. And the more I can't remember, the better I'm doing in my practice, as we've established. But I've got one, and I've also got a very fancy meditation robe that I ordered for far too much money. I mean, it wasn't, you know me, I'm cheap as hell, so it was less than, it's like $50 or less, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it was well less than $50, in fact, I'm thinking 30 something. But it's not even like of my order. My order would be gray robes. Very not flashy, not visually interesting. I went for something of more of a wine tone. But I've got these things, and I haven't quite gotten to the point in my meditation of actually using them. But I like the idea of... It's important to, like, ritualize it in a way that takes it a certain amount of serious, that makes it feel as though it's serious, you know? The reason why... You could say the reason why the temples... exist, why the Zen temples exist and the Zen halls and stuff like that, and why there are such rigid guidelines to how to behave within the meditation hall and all that sort of a thing, is because it's creating the circumstance of seriousness. It's creating the circumstance of it's creating the gravity, the weight that you want that's going to help you take it seriously, and really when you sit down to meditate, to do it. You know, if you take the time to, you know, light a candle or two and burn some incense or something like that before you start your meditation, to maybe hit a ceremonial fish drum, whatever it's called, to, put on a ceremonial garb before you do it. It's all just creating an austerity and a sense of realness to what you're doing that I certainly haven't been doing. In part because, I've got limitations on my upright time and my energy, and in the morning I'm trying to preserve that for the rest of the day. But because I haven't been doing anything like that, I find that the first half of my meditation is a lot harder to sort of wrangle than I think it should be. Because I'm sort of just doing it, just showing up and phoning it in, whereas if you just took those couple of minutes beforehand of anything that you're going to do that you want to take seriously, to, give it some austerity, to dress in a certain style, or, to accompany the process with the right lighting, the right, you turn a thing on, you get a certain chair out, you position yourself, whatever it is that's appropriate to the activity. If you just do the little things that help it seem more substantial in your own mind, then when you begin that activity, you're just going to get into it a lot faster. It's basically a life hack. It's a shortcut. So where you might have to spend 15 minutes doing something where your heart isn't really in it, before you sort of lock in on the activity and forget yourself. If you begin that activity with an austere ceremony, then you will spend 5 minutes maybe feeling like you're having trouble locking in or something like that. Like you'll burn that same energy of not being fully present off in the process of doing the ceremony. And Zen has an awareness of this, that it's rituals and stuff like that. In fact, in my Zen temple, I was told that we were taught a number of different chants that are used at various times throughout the day. And my Zen master said the words don't matter, just learn the sounds. He was very he sent that message through these ways of teaching that there might be ideas in these songs, in these chants that people have packed and they're trying to pass down through the generations and all that. In Zen, we don't give a fuck. We don't need that. We rely on the idea that what is true, and we will find the truth in the world that we're in the lives that we're occupying, in ourselves. We will find, if the truth cannot be found in the leaves of the trees, then it's not really the truth. If you have to read somebody's fucking book in order to understand the truth, that ain't really the fucking truth. That's someone's truth. That's someone's interpretation of the truth. That's someone's version of the truth. But it isn't the core truth. The nature of existence will be found in existence. And if you've got fancy ideas that you're not finding in the natural world around you, then your fancy ideas are shit. If you've got spiritual teachings that cannot be communicated via the whistling of the wind through the trees. This might be a little bit exaggerative at this point. But Zen distinguishes itself from simple Buddhism in this way. Because Buddhism has a lot of cultural standards and norms and traditions and wants to, like, teach and wants to pass things on and all that kind of thing. And Zen is like, shut up, sit down, and breathe. And what you find there is real. When you strip everything else away, when you're no longer putting anything there, when you're no longer taking anything away, when you're just sitting and breathing, whatever you find there is going to be the real deal. And no one will have to tell you, no one will have to educate you, and honestly, if they try and educate you, if they try and tell you about it before you're ready, like, how you gonna understand? How you gonna understand when your head's still full of fucking bees and monkeys and, you know, your own ideas and your own philosophies and your own the shit that your parents dumped on you and their parents dumped on them and the church told you and the traumas and all that, when you're still carrying, yeah, I thought that might. Still carrying all that shit around. And you're trying to see the world through that darkened glass. What do you think you're gonna fucking find? Even if someone comes along and tells you exactly what the truth is, if you don't find it when you are ready for it, when you have prepared yourself to experience it, then honestly, hearing the truth before it is your time, before you are ready to know, actually makes it so that you'll think that you know the truth now. If you actually believe the words that somebody said to you, something that you read, something that some guru spat at you, if you really believe that that's the truth, well then now you won't be looking for the real truth. You've got an idea of what the truth is. Fuck. And that's the whole point of Zen meditation, is to acknowledge that you've got ideas, and those ideas are mostly getting in the way. The things that you have crystallized in your mind, that you were so happy to crystallize in your mind, oh, I understand that now, I get it. These things are mostly getting in the way. Because you come to rely on them, and you come to believe that you already know, when, like, what would actually help you know is the belief that you do not know yet. As long as you think you know, you're not, then what are you gonna learn? And you think about the mind of someone who you completely disagree with, and around here, you probably say, like, Trump supporting, you know, white nationalist, get these goddamn Mexicans off my, you know, these kind of people. You imagine like them and think about their minds. Their minds are full of all of these ideas, all of these crystallizations of facts. As far as they're concerned, they are facts. And the way that the mind works, one fact supports another fact, you know? They're facets in a crystal. And each line holds up the next line next to it. And so this fact over here informs that fact over there, and that's how they know that it's true. That's how they know that their perspectives on the worlds are true, is because, you know, Jesus said in John 3:16, and then the oil is, and then Trump said, and whatever else, you know, my pa taught me. You connect all of these pieces, and you get to a version of reality that you believe to be true. And it seems solid, and it seems firm. It seems like it's based on real rigid stuff that has proved itself in the past. And when we talk about ego, what we're talking about really is that structure and its unwillingness to be broken down, to be broken up, because every facet of the crystal supports every other facet of the crystal. And so when something comes along to show you that that perspective is absolutely, irrefutably false, and here's the proof, well, how can your ego possibly acknowledge that? You have to work out some kind of crazy, wild way in which it's still true, even in the face of the proof, because every facet supports every other facet. And so if one of those facets is false and broken and damaged and doesn't actually hold up the next facet, then what about all the other facets? And that's the ego. That's the part of you that resists finding out something that doesn't, like, jive with what you already believe, or what you think you are, what you already think you know, the truths that you're just fucking certain of. And I think it's a really interesting time to be trying to sort of meet your own ideas about how things are and what's true and what's false. Because in the wake of the Epstein files, it's turning out that a lot of wild-ass conspiracy theories seem to be true. A lot of fucking crazy QAnon bullshit seems to have turned out to be, if not precisely true in its original presentation, there was more true to it than there wasn't. And I just, maybe you want to ask yourself if the lizard people aren't using 5G radio waves to turn the lizards gay. Because, fuck, man. Fucking Pizzagate seems to have been rooted in truth. It's just not necessary. It's just, not just the Democrats, which is what these, but it's the rich in general. But, we're living in an era. My friend Greg was just talking about how one of the things that he brought up while he was over was research that's been done on, like, data centers to show... Oh, wrong level. And somebody's gone around and studied data centers and found that there's the certain, like, inaudible sounds that are coming from these data centers that are very harmful to human beings. Health-wise, psychologically-wise, all that kind of thing. And just acknowledging that, like, these frequencies of audio could be harming us and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, I probably wouldn't want to live next to a great big old 5G tower. Now, sure, the people who were saying that the Jews are using them in order to something the other thing, yeah, okay, they're fucking psychos. But, 5G is... It's a very high frequency, and the amount of power that is put out by a 5G is very concentrated, it's localized. I could see that, 20 years down the line from now, we find out that, there's an increased rate of certain types of cancer or something, depending on your proximity to the 5G tower. It's entirely possible. But that sounds like crazy, wild conspiracy shit. Like the Democrats are eating babies and fucking children. I did it again. Sounded crazy a little bit ago, didn't it? Sounded crazy. Now the truth of the world that we live in is the president is a child molester and rapist. Along with most of the Senate. And none of them are going to jail for it because, you know, they're in power and they get to write the rules. And they don't think there's anything wrong with what they were doing. Ooh, that's nice. I had to slow it down pretty hard, but it started nice. This is the last run of the day, obviously. I've been here an extra half an hour over when I would have stopped usually. Not great. Not horrible. Fuck. Now it's horrible. That's what this bad 9-4 is if you don't get the one that just goes, then, you know, you got a real good chance of dying for no fucking reason at some bullshit moment. Because it's one of the many levels here in hell that the developers of the game did not actually plan for a way for you to actually complete it. They just made the level, and they said, good luck. There isn't any path through that we created anyway. That felt good. Good. Managed to recover it into something. Okay. And another 1330. So our best run of the day was, well, it was probably that weird one, wasn't it? The one that I got out of sequence because I hit the restart button on one of the levels. And that was probably, it was a 12 plus 4, it was probably a 13-16. A 13-minute, 16-second run today. 8 seconds over. And, you know, very many times bringing the kind of time save we want into the late game. And then getting fucked by, you know, 7-10. I think did it several times today. And then 8-4 or 8-3, which I actually practiced to try and, you know, handle yesterday. But the whole steampunk world thing is always going to be, for me, until or unless somebody fucking cures this goddamn disease, is always going to be just, like, down to the day, I feel like. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might, like, what was my medication today? Because I take different meds every day. Every day I've reduced my medication intake mindfully. So that every other day I take, you know, a different sort of regimen there. Try and reduce everything. There's few things that I take the same amount of every single day. So if today was a 1.5 milligram LDN type day, then that could explain why my, why there's so much jitter in the hand on certain days. let's have a look at that. Let's investigate that, because I could intentionally make sure that I take the full LDN on a day where I don't usually. Nope, today was a full LDN day. It was a full LDN day. I had my full dose aripiprazole, so increasing medication probably just isn't going to be effective. It just does seem to be certain days are just going to be like that, where I can't get the kind of control I need out of my hand without these weird jiggles that you're seeing. You know, when it's not doing it, it's fine. If I can hold the mouse really lightly and just barely kind of just like I'm, but you see that right at the end, it did that little jiggle on me. I can have a bit of a feather touch. But yeah, Steampunk World is just pretty much always going to be a touch-and-go kind of proposition. Certain days it seems to be just banging, and I'm nailing it, and I feel real good. We had, you know, last live stream, last Sunday I suppose it would have been, I felt like I was nailing it. I was just, you know, I was on in every way and killing it. So some days are just going to be bad for World 8 for me. I'm disappointed that we didn't get to play Minecraft today. Would have liked to pop open Minecraft. In fact, fuck it. We're not going to, you know, play Minecraft properly here, but let's go back to the game source over here, and I'm going to pop open this this Minecraft map that I've been using to train on bastions, just to show you what it is. Adjust mouse sensitivity? No, that ain't that. I mean, it's just for these 6 worlds or whatever, and for this particular movement. I wouldn't mess with my muscle memory everywhere in the game on the hopes that let's see. So join me over here in Minecraft. There we go. And so we might have to go looking for it. It'll be at the very bottom here. Llama's Bastion Practice. You can get this from GitHub. And what this is it's a very special data pack, custom level. You see how it's taken a minute to think about what its life is about. It's not just loading a conventional Minecraft world up. And what it provides you with is this starting room. And it'll tell you what your last run's stats were. You can go over here and fix your layout, or fix out like what you've got in your inventory. I don't want gold boots in my inventory. I want to be wearing gold boots because that's usually what I've got on me. Is there something else that I usually have on me? I can't remember. But you can edit your loadout and save your loadout to be as you prefer. And you can go over here and you can select which bastions you want to run. So if we were to do stables, you can also choose like how far from the center, I presume? Yeah, from the spawn point of the bastion. Yeah, you can select your spawn point very specifically here. Look at this. Or you can leave it all random. But this will load up a bastion, and in particular, I've set it to load bastions that don't have any terrain around them. So now you can experience what the bastion is like in its most pure form. And you'll note that time is frozen right now, and it's waiting for movement, it says. In fact, we can ditch this, can't we? When you move, then the world will sort of come to life there. So if we were routing for, this is stables, I believe I'd go down here, right? Break this open. Am I running, or... There we go. I could check right here. That's a bad gap. If this doesn't open up, then that means there's no gold in the bottom down there. I come over here, I can just look at the wall, and if there's a cracked piece of black stone brick here, this is also a bad gap. When I break this, it won't open up. This is where you would usually open up and get in there. So this is a double bad gap. This would be a reset for most people's speed run. But, like, what's the top of it? What do we got outside is a question that I would ask, and try and get to the... And you'll see that I'm being chased by pigs and stuff. Let's not. Oh. Yeah. So what do we got up top? Looks like we got at least a triple. So let's try and get up top there. I'm still a little bit, you know, lost when it comes to these navigating the tops of the bastions, the tops of stables, kind of a thing. So if we come up here, number one, what I mean by Jesus Christ, what I mean by triple. This is, I don't know. It seems stupid to me that they called it a triple. There are 2 chests. This is a triple. Because it's 1, 2, 3 chests technically, but it's 2 fucking chests. So we can come down here, dig ourselves in, grab anything valuable that's in here. God damn it. Listen to me when I double click. That's enough from there, and then this direction we can reach over here. Some obby is always good, a little bit of you. These have soul speed 2 on them, so I'll swap out. And actually, if I wanted to, I could throw that to a pig. But so when there's a triple chest up here, that means that right underneath the triple chest here, there's also a down over here. This is too far. Right down here is where you'll find some gold. And it's right in here. And I'm not exactly sure where you're supposed to dig that, but do like this. Maybe put one of those down. You might dig yourself down so that they can't shoot you with arrows. Maybe I open this back up and I throw you some gold. And actually, I think I'm supposed to, at this point, like... Yeah, open that up. And get some more to fall in. So that's some gold. I don't really know where else there is gold. Oh, right, and then these guys, too. I was supposed to open that up for them to travel through here. I don't really know where else there's gold. In a bastion that's double bad gap. But we've already gotten 11 ender pearls from these trades. And I haven't even, like, done that to try and push up all the trades. Some soul sand. If I put that over the top of it, it'll just prevent anything else from getting in there. We got 11 ender pearls. We got 6 obsidian. You know. So this'll allow you to, you know, to practice your bastions and get familiar with different ways to handle different bastions. Run over here, and there should be a chest down here. We need one of those. Oh, string is also something we're usually looking for. We didn't get any string from those trades, but we only had 4 gold. And then there will be one more single chest over here. And some more crying. More of this. What do you got for me? Multi-shot? Sure. So that's kind of the best that we could do in this bastion, unless there's, you know, other places where there are gold that I like I say, I just don't know. Uh-oh. How close are you? Oh, you're very close. You can also hunt around out here in the, actual stables area, to see if you can't find, like, an extra gold block or chests or stuff like that. They'll be out here sometimes. I don't know what their spawning habits are, how random it is, where you should be looking particularly, but... Oh, hi. Really? Uh-oh. That's not gonna be good. That lava will be coming down. Oh, right, and then there's the bottom chest. I forgot about the bottom chest. Hey, there's all the obby we could want. Alright. And then, this is also how you know it's a bad gap, if there's air back there, I believe. That tells you that's a bad gap. We could also check the bad gap chests to see if we can't get some more. Oh, good Christ, all friggin' balls and tits. I've lost my lava, too, so... I have to actually... kill you manually, huh? But yeah, we should be able to... Can you mine in here eventually? Like, if you keep pushing, you... How do you get into the bottom when it's bad? I don't recall. But you can do this when this is bad gap. You can get in here, there's a chest down here, a little bit more crying obby. That, some iron we could do something with. But no, there's no gold down here. When you've got this single chest, there's no gold to be found. Anyway, this is what I've been doing, and it's given me a much better handle on bastion routing and stuff like that. So this is just a hard reset, I would say. But what you could do is decide that you're going to play it, and just, And then, 7 minutes, we were in and out. Gonna play on 10 ender pearls. Very helpful thing, go ahead and check it out, Llama. Llama's Bastion, what's it called? Save and quit the title. Llama's Bastion Practice. Very helpful if you want to get into the speedrun. And that, truly and really and surely and actually, brings us to the end of the live stream. I am the Ronin Ball. And barring any weirdnesses, we should actually be back here. We should actually... Oh, look at that. Live Split was running in the background, and I was making splits by pressing tilde every time that I threw gold on the ground. Let's just reset that. Maybe close you down. I'm pretty sure I already saved it for the day anyway. It didn't screw anything up. I'm pretty sure I saved it for the day anyway. We should be back here this Thursday. Wait, no, today was Sunday. So yes, this Thursday, the 26th, the coming 26th of March, at around, 4 something. Hello, you are Buddhist, says Bee Cookers? Good God. We just did. It's just surprising, Bee Cookers, that somebody comes in and asks the question. Because I don't usually talk about it. And today I just did a whole hour and a half dissertation on Zen and Buddhism and meditation. And we stuck around for an extra half an hour over when we'd usually be here, because I was still ranting about Buddhism and Zen. Meet us back here on what did I say? Thursday. We do these things on Sundays and Thursdays, round about the probably 4 p.m. at this point, 5 p.m. My sleep schedule is definitely slipping around, and we'll talk some more Buddhism. I was a Buddhist monk. I was a monk in a monastery for 3 years. So, you want to know about the inside stories? Buy my tell-all book, $29.99 on sale at Amazon. I'll see y'all back here another day. On out.